Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 2 minutes. Please be seated. The program will begin shortly. Please be seated. The program will begin shortly. Please join me in welcoming our MC for the conference, Connie Walker.
Tansei, good morning. I am so thrilled to be here with you all for the next 3 days at Kandis, the Knowing Myself Health Conference. I want to start off by thanking the team at Anishinaabe Health Toronto for having me, but for also creating a space and creating this incredible event for us all to come together. For those of you who don't know me, I am a member of the Okanese First Nation in Treaty 4 territory in Saskatchewan, and I come from a very, very large Cree family back home. And whenever I speak, I always want to start by acknowledging them, because they are my biggest source of support, but also my biggest motivation. I've been a journalist for over 20 years, and most of that time has been focused on reporting on Indigenous issues, most recently in podcasting, audio storytelling, long-form investigative podcasts called Missing and Murdered and Stolen. Each season is a deep dive into the life of an Indigenous person, a chance to meet Alberta Williams, Cleo Semeganis, Jermaine Charlo, to hear from their families and immerse ourselves in their communities. Our podcasts don't only focus on the violence that resulted in their death or disappearance, but we also explore the larger context to try to help people understand the realities that Indigenous people live in Canada and the United States. Our podcasts have been downloaded millions of times by listeners around the world. We've won major journalism awards and have been featured in The New Yorker, The New York Times, Rolling Stone, Vanity Fair, and Vogue. Thank you. Thank you. It's such a privilege to do this work, and it's an incredible honor to be here with you all today, because I think the work that we're all going to be doing collectively over the next few days is interconnected. And I want to start today by telling you all about when this work started for me. I remember I was in grade 12 when I first learned about Pamela George. Pamela George was a 28-year-old Sault woman. She was a mother of two, a daughter, a sister, an auntie, a cousin. She was from the Zakame First Nation, which is not far from where I grew up in Treaty 4 territory, but she lived in Regina with her young children. Pamela was killed in 1995. She was beaten and left on a rural road outside of the city one night in April. The two men who were charged in Pamela's death didn't go on trial until late the next year. Now, I wasn't a teenager who paid much attention to the news, honestly, but I think every First Nations person in the province knew about Pamela. It was a high-profile trial that dominated the headlines in the province, but also made national news. And as a young First Nations woman, I was keenly aware of the way that Pamela was spoken about in the media and how it differed from the two white men who were on trial. And I want to play a clip for you all so you understand what I'm talking about. This is a clip from CBC's The National from December 19th, 1996.
From workers. In Regina, a jury is deciding the fate of two young men charged with the murder of a young woman. It's a case a lot of people are watching closely. The CBC's Eric Sorensen tells us why.
The accused are young and clean-cut. Steve Comerfield, a basketball star. Alex Turnowetsky, a hockey standout. They come from middle-class families. The victim was Aboriginal and a prostitute. The two men admit they were cruising Regina's streets one night last year looking for a hooker. In this area known for prostitutes, they admitted picking up Pamela George, taking her to a remote roadside, beating her, and leaving her behind. Her body was found the next morning by police. In court, a friend of the accused testified that Comerfield told him, "We drove around, got drunk, and killed this chick." And the Turnowetsky told him she deserved it. She was Indian. The accused denied making those comments. They also testified they didn't hit Pamela George that hard.
It wasn't only the CBC. Newspaper headlines called Pamela, quote, a prostitute, but didn't say much else about her life. And I felt like I knew more about those two white men than I knew about Pamela. Steve Comerfield, the basketball star, and Alex Turnowetsky, the hockey standout, were acquitted of first-degree murder and sentenced to manslaughter in Pamela's death. And at the time, I remember wondering if there were any First Nations journalists in any of the newsrooms that were covering the trial. And it was the first time I thought about becoming a journalist. I wrote something for our high school newsletter. I wanted to help people understand Pamela, but not just Pamela, all First Nations people, to create space so that people could have empathy for Pamela, a young single mom who was struggling to raise her family. I don't think I fully understood what I was feeling at the time, or I could put words to it necessarily, but I knew that if they said those things about Pamela, they would say that about me or my aunties or my cousins. And it was my first lesson in the power of storytelling and how harmful it can be when we're not respected, when we're reduced to stereotypes, and other people take our stories and tell them for us. And looking back now, I can see how Pamela George was the beginning of my own journey, not just in my career, but in my own education. Through helping to share the stories of Alberta Williams and Cleo Samaganis, Germaine Charlot, Ella May Begay, and Christina Carrillo, I've also learned about the true history of Canada, about the impacts of colonial tools like Indian residential schools and the 60s scoop that are still rippling through our families and communities today. But on this journey, I've also been a witness to the power of storytelling to heal. I've seen how transformative it can be when someone is able to share their story in a safe space, where they are given respect, where they're given agency in the telling of their story, and when there's space created for empathy and understanding. And I've experienced it myself when telling a personal story about my family's experience at a residential school in the podcast Stolen, Surviving St. Michael's. And I hope that is what we can be doing over the next 3 days, creating a space for all of us to learn from one another, to share some of ourselves, and to hear the teachings of our speakers, to center Indigenous models of care, and hopefully become a part of one another's healing journeys. So I'm really glad to be able to be here with you all today. I'd like to start by inviting Elijah Stevens and 416, a drum group from Toronto, up to the stage to sing a song for us and to help us start this journey together in a good way. you so much, 416, Elijah and 416, for that beautiful song and for starting us out in this good way. Next, I'd like to introduce Knowledge Keeper Kahontakwas, Diane Longboat. Diane is a member of the Turtle Clan Mohawk Nation at Six Nations, Grand River Territory, and is a citizen of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. She is a ceremonial leader, traditional teacher, and healer.
Nyawaskano Sewaguego, Kahontakwas, Yunyats. When I say Nyawaskano to you, it means I am so grateful to see you well and at peace and joining us here today. It is such a beautiful day to be together, and when I woke up this morning, I make my my words of thanksgiving to the Creator. So I had to part the curtains in my hotel room this morning, and I had to understand that I'm not going to see sunrise. I'm up before the sunrise. We had such a beautiful sunrise ceremony, and there's a fire that's burning just off the second floor level, and I hope that all of you will have an opportunity to go and to make an offering of tobacco there. There's red tobacco ties and there's cedar as well. So whatever feels good to you, I hope that you'll make a little bit of time. And I say this to you with all my heart, that the most important part of this conference is that sacred fire, because it connects us to the Creator. All of your thoughts, prayers, wishes, hopes, needs can be answered through that sacred fire. So I'm so grateful to the fire keepers that are out there, and you should know that that fire will burn day and night during this time period. So it is for you, and it is for your spiritual fulfillment, your spiritual growth, and also for your healing. So if you want to spend time there, please do. The sky turned a royal blue this morning, and that's the signal that that morning star woman is coming to join us. She's the one that helps us with our emotions and our minds. And so when we're troubled, and people today call it mental illness, it really isn't mental illness. It's a lack of love, and it's a lack of spiritual connection to the Creator. So let's talk about this day. And you come from different cultures and languages and faith traditions. I hope that you'll take a moment to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and make your own words in this invocation, because I've been asked to make a blessing, an invocation for all of us here today. Today, Creator, I have the honor of coming to you with my family. And I bring my family to you as honored and blessed and beautiful human beings. They are part of the human family, so rich in different faith traditions and languages and ways of being on the earth. We're so grateful for them, because that means that there's so much to learn from each other. You have given us from the very beginning of time a mandate to take care of the earth and to take care of each other. And so today, with this invocation, we take care of each other. We also think about that vision you had of creating this jewel in the universe. The time that you took to gather dust and pollen from the most beautiful places and swirl them together to create our Mother the Earth, a place where human and family can thrive. That you placed inside Mother Earth this magnificent power, an infinite power of love, to continuously support life here, all intertwined and networked life. When we think about this beautiful mother, we see that upon her many stories of how water came to the earth. But Oneganos is here with us, that beautiful Ondalio, that Lake Ontario that is over there. The beautiful creeks and streams, both on top of the land and underground. We see that there is a grandmother who stands in the fresh water, a grandmother who stands in the salt water, A grandmother who stands in the rains and in a time of snow and ice. A grandmother who stands in birth waters. And so we honor those four grandmothers and those waters as a gift of life. Today we think about all those beings that are related to us here on Mother Earth, all of the plant life. And in our territory here, we say that the maple tree is the lead of all the plants, and it's all the trees especially. And when we think about those trees and giving that sap that cleans our blood at this time after a long, hard winter, we see how strong our ancestors were, and we know that we have to walk in their footsteps. And so we honor all the trees, all standing tree people, for everything that they give to us to support our life. All the medicines, all the food plants, the corn, the beans, and the squash. Everything that we'll consume here today, we ask the Creator to hear us as we give thanks, because without our Mother the Earth providing for us, there would be no life here. We also have a brotherhood with animals. Some of them we draw our plans from, and some of them, we use for our own sustenance, and we do so with great respect and offerings of tobacco. We give thanks and honor to all the bird life. We say in Haudenosaunee tradition that on that great tree of peace there's an eagle that watches out over the people, all the people, watches out for us to maintain that great peace, to maintain our relationships of peace. Today, we think about all those birds that are returning to us and all those that stayed the winter with us, and we're so grateful for all of them. We think about also those beings that are in the great waters of the earth. They all have a duty and a responsibility to fulfill on behalf of the Creator, and they continue to do so. So when we think about the whales, they've been with us here since the beginning of creation. They know all there is to know about creation. We think about the turtle holding up Mother Earth on her back. And so all these beings have great meaning to us, and we think about them each day. We lift them up to the Creator each day. We remember them, we call their names, to embolden them and to empower them to continue to do their work in that great web of life. Above the earth are unseen forces. Those unseen forces are four grandfather winds that circulate about the earth, refreshing and cleansing her. And also bloody whalos, the thunder beings that are bringing, at this time in March, some of the white thunderbirds are coming with snow and ice, and some of the rains are starting to come in from the black thunderbirds in the west. We honor them because they represent the voice of the Creator. In all of this work, from the natural world to the high heavens of the sky world, we see those stars sparkling every night, and we know that they represent our ancestors. We also see those beautiful star formations. Those star formations are important to us because each of them has teaching and guidance for us, and they tell us when our ceremonies are to occur, along with our grandmother the moon, who was the first being that was lowered here to the earth. Our grandmother the moon watches over us for fertility reasons, for the female life, but also the grandmother moon pulls those great tides of water on the earth. And when she pulls those tides, she nourishes all life that is underneath the water. Her brother and our elder brother, the sun, rise each day. We call him a great warrior because he works on behalf of the Creator. And in our creation story, he was the last one to be given his duty and responsibility. And so his duty is to bring life and light to the world every single day. And the inspiration for us as human family is that he never fails. And although we all do hard work, we do it, and we will not fail. We think about the star formation called the Milky Way. It is very much a highway. When you look at it in the sky world, it has one side of that highway of new babies coming in to join us, and on the other side of that highway, there are souls that are departing. ancestors' fires are burning there. They will welcome us when it's our turn to walk across the stars. When we think about the Creator's council fire, great ones are seated there. The giants that walked the earth from the beginning of time, some of the little people, some of the spiritual beings that assisted the Creator with all of the work of creation here. And so we think about those beings that are seated there and the power that they have to heal and inspire us and guide us and correct us when we fall off the path. So we then turn our thoughts to the Creator. And the Creator says to us as Umberhimmer people, I want you to remember in the morning when the sun rises and when the sun sets, everything that I've put here for you so that you can thrive here on the earth. Be thankful for what I've given to you. Take care of it. And above all, take care of each other. And so today, when we think about our Creator, we ask the Creator to hear us as we sit at that sacred fire. This morning, we put in offerings of tobacco for clarity of mind. And this is so needed at this time when we are being programmed to think and believe in a particular way that supports the degradation of Mother Earth, the accumulation of wealth at the expense of humanity, the expense of the earth. So today, when we think about our Creator, we ask Him for truth. We ask Him for truth. Show us the truth. Help us to continue to have vision and dreaming and protect us in this journey of life. And so these words are given so that we will remember that as Umberhimmer people, we have a duty and responsibility to the next 7 generations, but also we have a duty and responsibility to the ancestors to do all the best work, to put spirituality in the center of our lives, to make sure whatever spirituality you follow, that you are doing it with the highest values and principles. To put our children in the center. Why do we do this work? We do this work, Creator, so that our children will have a good life. That we will leave the earth in better condition than we found it. And we also think about this gift that we've all been given here in the next 3 days. We have been given a gift of time. Time to be together, time to learn together, time to probably cry together. And that's okay. And so we thank the Creator for that gift of time because we need that time together. And so with these words, Creator, I give thanks to you that you hear us, you hear the things that we are feeling, seeing, and hoping for. And on behalf of my beloved family, I ask you, Creator, to take care of us. Take care of our friends. Take care of our partners. You all up to the Creator, my beloved family. Yahweh, miigwech. And in true grandma fashion, I'm going to give you something to do. I want you to make 10 new friends while you're here. And I want you to network with 5 new organizations. All right, I'm checking you out at checkout. I'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diane, for those words and blessings and for the prayer. Please join me in welcoming Chief Claire Sault, Ogama of the Mississaugas, Ogamakwe of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, who will take a moment to welcome us to this territory where we are gathering.
I I love that. Wasn't that just a beautiful opening that Diane did? I felt fired up when Connie started, and then I felt calmed right down as soon as Diane was up there. Well, Ani Buju Magisikwe Indigenous, Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation Dunjiba, Magisi Dodum, Mississauga Andiao. Good morning to you all. I'm so happy to see you all here this morning. I am the chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit. My Anishinaabe name is Magisikwe, and it means to see for others, and I belong to the Eagle Clan. The Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation are the treaty holders of this area, and we acknowledge the presence of other First Nations, Inuit and Métis, who have used our lands within our territory in the past and who continue to call it home today. I first and foremost want to take a moment to pay special tribute to a visionary warrior and fierce leader we just lost in January, Joe Hester, who is a longtime executive director of the Anishinaabe Health Toronto. He truly created a gold standard for all of us and a path that ensured no one would be left behind. He certainly left big shoes to fill, and his legacy will continue to positively affect many generations to come. Yes. Miigwech to the Anishinaabe Health Toronto for coordinating this conference and creating space for our healers, knowledge keepers, elders, frontline staff to embrace current best practices. Conferences are a place to share your experiences and to develop new skills and find new culturally appropriate ways to help our communities. I love, love, love the theme of this conference, Kandis, knowing myself, and prioritizing Indigenous identity, culture, and spirituality into your practice, helping others and yourselves. Historical Indigenous ways of healing is so critical to health and healing journey for so many. Healing our spirit resonated with me. Healing our spirit, or as we currently call it, decolonizing ourselves from the ongoing colonial policies that have impacted our thinking and the ways especially that we behave. I often refer to it as coming out of our shame era. I so appreciate those of you who do this work, and I'm glad that we have people like you on the front lines of Indigenous mental health. Some of you are doctors, work in addictions, nursing, PSWs, and prevention, and many other professions as helpers, healers, administrators, or other allied health partners. If we don't tell you enough, you are immensely, immensely valued. I know how hard it is to work in our community sometimes. I worked in the addictions field for a while, and I know firsthand, what I saw and how I had to take care of myself through it. Some of us have been fortunate enough to find our way back from chronic disease, addiction, etc., and recognize our need for help from our own issues, and for some of us, our own torment. The need for Indigenous identity, culture, and spirituality especially are foundational to mental wellness and healing. This event provides an opportunity to look at our historical Indigenous ways of addressing issues and to embrace the resurgence of our old ways that worked thousands of years and still works today. Our history and culture is rich in solutions. Our medicines are rich in solutions. When we feel good about ourselves, it comes easy to speak life into others, just like Diane spoke life into me this morning. And as helpers, I see it as speaking life into another spirit. I'll share a little bit with you about my personal journey. A number of years ago, I was on my journey to getting well. I'd grown up in a lot of abuse, unimaginable, including spiritual abuse, Addiction and violence was normal in my home. By the time I was an adult, I realized I carried a lot of these issues that affected me into my adult life. I longed for peace inside, yet it seemed so distant. This friend of mine invited me to a sweat. He explained to me that we pray there and we ask the Creator for help. At that time, I told him I didn't pray and I didn't believe in the Creator, but I was open to attending and learning. I was 20 years old at that time. My heart was pretty hardened from growing up in all of that abuse, but I didn't even know how wounded I was. After the sweat, it was the first time I recognized how shame, anger, hurt, and sorrow, how much of it I had inside of myself. My spirit was longing for healing, and more importantly, to know and understand love. My eyes opened to how much healing I really needed. It turned out at the beginning of the journey that brought understanding, courage to start speaking truth, and most importantly, to articulate what was happening inside of me. I began to read, research, and attend more and more cultural events and ceremonial events that would heal my spirit. The weller I got, the stronger I felt inside. My spirit was healing, and I was coming back to all that I believed the Creator meant for me to be. I learned how to surround myself with love. I learned how to pray. I learned to love others. I learned how to discern what safe and unsafe people were. It became my new normal that was always inside of me, but I didn't know it. One thing I learned was that I'm responsible for my healing, creating a new narrative and a new path forward. I'm of the belief that the Creator built in all of us that the ability to find that truth within ourselves first, so we can redirect into the new path forward, and in turn, we're able to give that to others. In closing, I hope that you leave this conference with your toolkits full and the warmth and love of our ancestors who prayed for us, and I believe still pray for us today. Chimigwich for allowing me to share a little time with you today and be real. On behalf of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, I want to warmly welcome you to our treaty lands, and I hope that you continue to enjoy this sacred place that we still call home. Chimigwich.
Thank you so much, Chief Sault. I really appreciate your welcome onto this territory, but especially you sharing a bit of your personal story, which certainly resonated with me, and I think probably resonated with a lot of us. Thank you very much. We are here today on the traditional territory of many nations. As such, we wanted to invite Chief Sherri-Lyn Hill, Chief of Six Nations of the Grand River, part of the 59th elected council, to come up and say a few words as well.
It is bright. There we go. Scano, Gogwego, Sherri-Lyn, Nigayaso, Taninagay, Six Nations. Hello, everyone. My name is Sherri-Lyn Hill. I am currently the elected chief at Six Nations of the Grand River First Nation, the most populous First Nation in Canada, with nearly 30,000 rights holders. In the spirit of gratitude and respect, I extend my heartfelt nyawa and thank you for the opening prayer to Diane. Nyawa and thank you to Elijah Stevens and the 416 singers for the drum song. Nyawa and thank you to the Anishinaabe Health Toronto for inviting me here today. It is my honor to welcome you to Toronto. Toronto gets its name from the Mohawk word Garunda, meaning the place in the water where the trees are standing. Toronto is located on the sacred lands of the Dish with One Spoon Treaty Territory. This treaty represents a shared commitment between the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabeg peoples, to live in peace, respecting the land and each other. It is a reminder that we all have responsibility to care for these lands together, guided by collaboration and mutual respect. We recognize that this land holds the deep histories of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabeg, and the Huron-Wendat peoples. It is the land that has been home to many First Nations for countless generations, and we honor their stewardship and connection to this land. This conference marks a crucial time, a forum where aspects of mental health and wellness come together with a shared purpose to foster intergenerational healing, to nurture wellness for us, our communities, and generations to come. This approach allows us to work together and strive to improve our community's mental health wellness in a meaningful and holistic way. Our work goes well beyond clinical treatments. We must also address the spiritual, cultural, and social dimensions of well-being. My background is in mental health and addictions for over 30 years. I have seen the struggles our people face, looked down on because of their mental health, or the old way of thinking they are lazy or crazy, or even being misdiagnosed because they have a gift from the Creator, meaning they can see people who've passed on. Together, let us embark on this journey with open hearts and minds, honoring the teachings of the land and the wisdom of our ancestors, our knowledge holders, and each other. Because together, we are stronger, and together, we will save lives. Nyawa, thank you. Have a great conference.
Thank you so much, Chief Hill and Chief Sault. I think it's incredibly inspiring to see two strong women who have prioritized mental health become such strong leaders for your communities, and really grateful to you both for your welcome and your words today. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Michael Milward, the Acting Executive Director of Anishinaabe Health Toronto. Michael is a member of Beardies and Michael is a member of the Beardies and Okamasa in the creation of Indigenous-informed models and understandings of mental health, rooted in experience of Indigenous community members and rooted in spirit. Please join me in welcoming Michael Milward.
My speech is on the teleprompter, but I want to apologize to the person controlling it because I tend to speak from the heart. So I'm certain I'll go off script today. I wanted to acknowledge and say thank you to Diane Longboat for conducting sunrise ceremony and for your prayer this morning. Diane is one of a few mentors that I have, both personally as well as professionally. When I worked at CAMH, my office was next door to Diane's, and we were both early birds, so we had many early conversations at work. So I want to say thank you again, Diane. I wanted to also say that my heart is really filled with much love and joy in seeing everybody here today. Many of your faces are familiar to me. I see my brother and sister from Arizona. I just see them now. Oops. And I really look forward to meeting more people and making more friends here at the conference. Hi, Donna. What I wanted to do this morning was to talk about Joe Hester. I really feel it's very important that I acknowledge Joe today. And we wouldn't be having this conference without Joe's vision. Many of you would know that Joe was the executive director at Anishinaabe Health Toronto for over 35 years. Since joining AHT about 4 years ago, I had the honor to be able to work with Joe closely, and I've had many private conversations with him about the work we were doing. And Joe has passed just 6 weeks ago, and I will miss him terribly. And I owe so much to Joe in terms of my spiritual and my traditional growth as well. When I was working with Joe, I kind of realized over time that really he was helping me grow and training me up and working with me in terms of succession planning for his role at AHT. And while I do have enormous respect for Joe, I can honestly say sometimes he drove me crazy. I found some of our conversations, in those conversations, he would speak to me in riddles. And if I had a question for him, sometimes I would walk away more confused, and it took some time to process what was talked about in those conversations for me to understand what he was trying to tell me. One of the frustrations that I shared with him, or regrets, was I had never obtained a graduate degree. And I went through a very long process of submitting an application to the Rotman School of Management. And it was a rather lengthy admissions process and quite challenging at times, quite expensive as well. And Joe did help me apply to that program. And for example, he wrote me a referee letter to be admitted to the school. After being admitted to the school, I was having a conversation again with Joe about how long that journey was to be admitted to the school. And during that conversation, Joe said to me, "For whom did you apply to that school? Why were you doing that?" And I said, I guess partly for me, because I carried that regret, but also partly for other people. And I said to him, it was my understanding that going back to school was part of the requirement of becoming part of the leadership team at AHT. And Joe said to me in that conversation, it wouldn't matter either way. And he started to ask me some rather pointed questions. He said to me, is Rotman going to teach you how to recruit for traditional healers that will work at AHT? And the answer is obvious. The main thing he said to me, though, was, is Rotman going to teach you about yourself? And I remember during that conversation making the decision to withdraw my admission to the school. And on my way home from work, in the car, I wept because I was mourning my old self. And because I had decided with Joe's help to focus my future on my spiritual development as well as my traditional self. So I thank Joe for that. Thank you. I learned many things from Joe, but one of the things that he would always say to me and as well to all the staff at AHT is that all our work, all our decisions have to be what's best for the community that we serve. And when Joe became ill last September, he was quickly admitted to hospital. And one of the things he did right away was he sent us instructions to send him a laptop computer. And something that folks may know of Joe is he had found it really difficult not to work, even when he was ill in hospital. And so I envisioned him literally laying in bed on his laptop computer, and he would send me emails all day and night while he was there. And that just speaks to his commitment to serving community. That was always the center of everything he did for us. Even after he passed, what was amazing is we were informed of an opportunity for the Indigenous long-term care home that was mentioned earlier. That was a project that Joe and I had been working for a number of years, and this opportunity is something that we are exploring as a possibility. And when that email came through, my thoughts went to, I bet you this is Joe still helping us, even from the spirit world. If you could keep scrolling. Okay. The reason why I mentioned those two stories about Joe was that I wanted to use those stories to welcome everybody here today. I know if Joe was standing here, he would say welcome to everybody. And I know Joe would also want to encourage everybody here to resist the Western way of thinking in terms of models of care. I know that Western model is all around us. For some of us, it's all that we know. But this conference is now the time for us to know oneself. And this conference is our time to focus on the traditional ways of knowing and of caring for each other, especially in mental health. One of the last initiatives that I'll speak to in terms of Joe's work is the new health center that we have just moved into this past June. So over 23 years, Joe worked on obtaining land for our health center as well as the Indigenous hub, which is located in the Canary District here in Toronto. And when Joe became ill, I said to him more than once, you need to hang in, please hang in, because when we open the health center, that really must be part of your legacy. And I'm glad he was able to see that we were able to move in and begin our work there. So for the folks that weren't able to come to have a tour of the health center yesterday, I know many of you were there, but for the others, we do have a short video at this time of the health center. So thank you very much.
Wow, what a beautiful space. Incredible. Thank you so much, Michael, for sharing those words, but also for sharing some of your memories of the late Joe Hester. I think that we all owe a thank you to him for his work, his vision, and his commitment to community. It's an inspiration for us all. We are so lucky today to have some visitors from Orake who are here to share a multicultural performance with us this morning. I got a little sneak peek last night, and it's incredible. But before we hear from them, I'm going to read a statement that they provided. They say, it is with great honor that our whānau family stands before you, representing the strength, beauty, and traditions of our Māori culture. Every performance we share is more than just song and dance. It is a living expression of our ancestors, our community, and the deep tribal connections that shape who we are. As a family, we are bound by a passion for our cultural practices, carrying forward the stories, language, and spirit of our people. To be here in Toronto among fellow Indigenous communities is a privilege we hold close to our hearts. We acknowledge the sacred responsibility of sharing our traditions, and we do so with deep respect, humility, and aroha. Namehi Maioa, warm greetings to you all. We look forward to sharing our world with you. Let's please give them all a warm welcome.
Iaha te hau e wawara mai, he wawara mai, he tūheraki, nāna ia mai te puputara ki he kiuta. E tiki nei au te kotu, koia te pau whakairo, katu ki te wai te mata, e tūra, ti hei mauri ora. A ka tika ko te tuatahi, ka tuku i ngā mihi ki ngā atua, e ngā manakitanga katoa, nā ngā mātua tukuna ki runga kia tata. Mahuri, taku reo, ki ngā tini mate ki wainga, ia koutou, ki wainga, ia mātou, ki tangihia tahi tātou. E rao ngā rangatira, a jau, haere atu rā. O koutou tini mate, a mātou tini mate e tangitahi nei, tātou i tēnei rā, haere atu rā. Ka huri taku reo, kia tātou e hui nei, tēnā koutou katoa. Karanga mai. Mihi mai. Mihi mai ki tēnei whānau, ko rere mai ki konei te takahi ki tō koutou whenua, te kuhu mai ki tō koutou nei kaupapa. Karanga mai, mihi mai. Koutou rā, ko ngā iwi take o tēnei whenua. No koutou te mana, no koutou te mihi mai, no koutou te pōhiri mai, kia tai mai tēnei whānau kia koutou i tēnei ata, i tēnei wiki, ki tēnei o ngā kaupapa. Kore ngā mihi e mutu kia koutou. Ngā pukenga katoa ki roto i tēnei whare, e mihi ana. Ina nahi rā, haere mātou, ki te whare hauora, ki te pokapū nei, he miharo. Ngā rerekētanga ki waenga i a tātou. Me ngā āhuatanga e rite ana, tēnei o e mihi ana ki ngā kaupapa nui kei te aroaro, ko te hauora o tā tātou iwi. Tō iwi, pēnei mātou i te kāinga, tō mātou iwi, o tō tātou whakaaro, kia piki te kaha, te ora, te māramatanga ki roto kia rātou. Ko tai mai mātou i roto i te aroha, ko tai mai mātou i roto i te mōhio, mā tēnei o ngā huihuinga, mā tēnei o ngā kaupapa, te whakawhiti i ngā whakaaro, te whakawhiti i ngā kōrero, ka taia e tātou te whakaaro tahi, te koke whakamua i roto i te whakaaro tahi. Nō reira, e aku rangatira tēnei au e mihi ana. Ka huri taku reo kia koe te rangatira e mai. Ko koe tērā, ko pōhiritia mai kia mātou. Mātou, ko tai mai i tēnei wā, i roto i tō karanga. Tēnā koe. Koutou ko tō ope whakahaere i te kaupapa, e kore mātou, e warewaretia. Tēnei au e mihi ana kia koe. I taitawhiti mai mātou i Aotearoa. Tai mai, wehe mātou i te mahana o tamanui tērā, tai mai ki te makariri o te whenua ni. He miharo. Ka huri au ki te reo tuarua. I also speak English. I want to acknowledge our Creator, whatever he or she may be, whoever he or she may be. I want to acknowledge our ancestors and all of the blessings they place upon all of us. Your ancestors, our ancestors, are all looking down on us at this very moment. I want to, I then turn my attention to those who have passed. Yesterday we heard about a great man, Joe. And I want to say, in our culture, we bring our grief together so that we mourn as well. So those of you that you are mourning, those of our people that we are mourning, let's mourn together. then turn my attention to the people in this room. I want to say thank you. Thank you for welcoming us. Thank you for welcoming this group of family members to your lands. Thank you for welcoming this group of family members to this conference. Thank you for welcoming us to the beautiful, cold, crisp air of Toronto. Yesterday we visited the Anishinaabe Health Centre. The similarities are insane. We have a team of people from my tribe that are walking through that building asking all kinds of curly questions, because we need to understand what you know, and we want you to understand what we know, because our people are important. The health and well-being of our people must always be at the top of our minds, and that is why we are here. That is why we have walked. That is why I have asked these people to come here today, because this is the best representation I can think of for my tribe, to come and be here and showcase who we are and what we know about being the best Maori we can be. So, with that said, thank you for welcoming us to your lands. Thank you for letting us fly through your sky. Thank you for letting us be part of this amazing event and this amazing conference. The group you're about to see are all family. We are all one family, and we all live within a few hundred meters of each other. In effect, we live in a reservation. We understand what colonization is. We absolutely understand. There are people in our community who were there when the government burnt the last house down. And they are alive today. So we come here today to tell you we're going to be fine as long as we keep doing this. We're going to be fine as long as we keep sharing the knowledge, sitting with each other, and sharing whatever's in here, but more importantly, what's in here. So today, my people want to showcase a bit of who we are and what we do back home. We are going to sing a few items, and we are going to do haka. That is better than the All Blacks. But we want to finally say thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you for letting us be here. Rangatira. I then turned my attention to Michael and his team, the team that pulled this together and got in a Zoom meeting with me in mid last year to prepare to come here. I'm so glad we didn't come in December, because it's cold enough for us right now. So Michael, thank you for having us. Nō reira e aku rangatira, a ko mātou tēnei ngā uri o tupiriri, ngā whānau o te kāinga, o rāke, ngā te whātua, e mihi ana, takaparawhau tēnei, ko whakaeke mai nei, tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa.
Karanga mai rā, karangaranga, iwi take o kāngata e whakaeke nei kia koutou e. Karangaria tēnei o kāna, te whātua e rāke e karanga nei. Karanga mai, karanga mai rā. E noho ana, i te iwi.
So, hello, kia ora. So, that was a chant that covers our tribal boundaries. It speaks on some very significant historical areas for our tribe. It was written a few years ago by our tribal members, for our tribal members, and our youngest person on stage today is 10 years old. He goes to a Maori only speaking school. And so this is our family. Kia ora.
you guys have chills? That was amazing. Wow, let's give them another round of applause. I thank them for traveling here, for enduring our cold, although it's not that cold. I'm from Saskatchewan, so yeah. And for that incredible performance. Next, we have some housekeeping items that we'd like to share to ensure that you are all comfortable and informed over the coming days. If you haven't found them already, the washrooms are located here on the conference level, past the registration desk. On these beautiful lanyards. Don't you guys love these lanyards that we have? Aren't they so gorgeous? I was told that they're made by people who are in high school. Yeah, isn't that amazing? And they were at the Oscars this weekend, or last weekend. So on the back of those badges, you're gonna find the login for the Wi-Fi information. Once you select Hilton for Wi-Fi, then it'll take you to a page and click on the I have a promotional code link at the bottom of the screen, and that's where you can put in your password. If you are looking for any kind of assistance throughout the conference, you can make your way to the registration desk here at the bottom of the escalator, or seek out an AHT volunteer, and you'll find them because they're all wearing red vests. We recognize that some of what we're going to be talking about over the next few days can be difficult. We also acknowledge that we're all bringing our own personal and professional lives with us today and over the next few days. And so we want to encourage everyone to, to check in with yourselves, to just feel yourselves throughout these sessions, and to make sure that you're doing okay. And if you're feeling like you're not, if you're feeling like it could be good to reach out. We have one-on-one elder and healer sessions for everyone at the conference with elders and healers from Anishinaabe Health Toronto, and they're available throughout the conference. You can sign up for a session with an elder or healer at the registration desk, and we actually want to introduce the elders and healers. If you're in the room, could you please stand? We have Neil Boulette, Pete Kashane, yes, great, Pete Kashane, Dylan Corshane, thank you, Lincoln Jackson, Erica Eiserhoff. Yes, let's give them a round of applause and thank them in advance for their incredible support. And as Diane mentioned, there's also a sacred fire that is burning all day and night for the duration of the conference, and we want to thank the fire keepers who are tending to it. The fire is located on the second floor terrace. And every morning there is a sunrise ceremony also on the second floor terrace, led by Kahontakwas, Diane, Longboat. And there are a variety of wellness sessions happening in the Governor General Room, including before and after the main conference activities. So breakfast, did you guys have breakfast this morning? It was good, eh? Yeah. Breakfast, lunch, and snacks will be available in the foyer outside of the ballroom. Dinner is not included this evening, but this is Toronto, so there's tons and tons and tons of options for you all. Tomorrow evening, the team here is proud to share that they are hosting their first memorial round dance right here in this room. Yes. This has come together through the hard work and vision of Danielle Migwans, Special Projects Manager with AHT. So the pipe ceremony is at 4 p.m. with a feast and round dance to follow. And they are welcoming or inviting you all to bring a photo or a picture of your loved one that you wish to honor. There will also be prizes for best ribbon skirt, best ribbon shirt, as well as other giveaways. Okay, lastly, please be sure to check the Feedloop Go app to stay informed about any conference updates and to follow the schedule for the next 3 days. So we're honored to welcome Dr. Marcia Anderson, a distinguished Cree Anishinaabe physician and leader in Indigenous health. She serves as the Vice Dean, Indigenous Health, Social Justice, and Anti-Racism at the University of Manitoba's Rady Faculty of Health Sciences, and was recently appointed Chair of the Board of Directors for the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. Dr. Anderson has made significant contributions to health equity, public health, and medical education, including leading pandemic response efforts for First Nations in Manitoba and advancing the collection of race-based health data to address systemic inequities. Her work has been widely recognized, earning her numerous accolades, including Physician of the Year by Doctors Manitoba, and she was named one of Canada's top 100 most powerful women twice. Yes, please join me in welcoming Dr. Marsha Anderson.
Hamataka pe pite duto na makiaye, chekata pichichi maskigu squam nadishnakas, nandue benisik nadishnakas, chante washte nape chizape. So, my name is Marsha Anderson, and I'm really happy to be here with you today. I've greeted you as my relatives, and also told you that I'm here today with a good heart. And I would like to say miigwech, pinamiaye, say to everyone who helped open the day in such a beautiful way, because this is a really beautiful space to be in. I'm Korean Anishinaabe. I grew up in the north end of Winnipeg. My dad's a member of Kahontakwas First Nation. My mom is mostly French and Ukrainian, and I have, the honor and the absolute pleasure of working, playing, and raising my children on our lands in Sherri-Lyn territory. I remember several years ago, probably 15 years ago, hearing the Seven Generations teaching, not for the first time, but for the first time what landed to me when this Anishinaabe knowledge keeper was giving it, was they talked about us being in the middle of the seven generations. From that point on, that's how I really understood myself and my work. And so I'd like to introduce you to some of the people I'm in the middle space of. The children you see there are my beautiful children. A few years ago and last year, that's Mila and Max. Their other parent is Dakota from Sistinawapitan, Oyate Nation in South Dakota. And the bottom right picture is my grandfather, Bertram Anderson. His matriarchal line started in Norway House, and the Cree woman, his grandmother, had married a fur trader, someone who worked for Hudson's Bay, and of course she lost her status because of that, and so they had a massive house fire, and unfortunately 4 of the children died, and then the Hudson's Bay man died within a month or two, probably from after effects of the smoke damage. So at that time, my great-great-grandmother had to leave Norway House, and they came down along the edge of the lake and ultimately settled in the Victoria Beach, Balsam Bay area. That picture was taken roughly around 1940, because my grandpa went and fought in the war. The picture in the top right, that's my great-grandpa, Alexander Smith. He was born in the year 1900 on the St. Peter's settlement or reserve along the banks of the Red River. He was around 10 or 11 when they were coerced and relocated to where Kahontakwas is now today. The young woman looking up at him is my grandmother, who was born Dolores Smith. She was born in 1930 at the height of the residential school era in Canada. My great-grandfather spoke 5 languages, like many of our ancestors did, right? He spoke English and French, he spoke Cree and Sault and Michif. He only spoke English after his children were born. He also knew an extensive amount of knowledge about plant medicines, and he didn't pass that on in my family. And the reasons that he didn't, my grandma's last brother, my Uncle Graham, have because he lived in extreme fear day in and day out of his children being taken. And so his number one priority was to protect my grandma and his other children. And there have been times in my life when I looked back at that decision, which did protect my grandmother from being taken to residential schools. My dad and none of my aunts and uncles were taken to residential schools, but the cost was high. The cost was 2 generations of almost complete disconnection from our identities, from our culture, and from our language. I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the way our identities have been documented for generations, right? On the one hand, it's beautiful to be able to look in these written records and see more about my family. On the other hand, it's hurtful because they're really a written record of colonization's harmful impacts on my family. And so what you're looking at here, the typewritten one, are the orders in council granting my great-grandfather enfranchisement in 1944. He had applied to enfranchise because he wanted to have a job to be able to support his family. He wanted to leave the reserve because he thought that would, again, protect the children, and he wanted to buy a home. Like, he wanted to be a homeowner and have a home to raise his family in. And the cost of that in 1944 was that disconnection. The other paper is one of my grandpa, Bert Anderson's relatives. And it's the application to the Northwest Half-Breed Commission for scrip. And what I would draw your attention to, which is probably hard to read, but right at the top where it says, I, Richard Thomas of the parish of St. Andrews. I raised my children in St. Andrews. My parents live right next door to me in a small home, helping to raise my children in St. Andrews. And so when I look at this document, what it also says to me or shows to me is that we are still here. The policies that they enacted to try to assimilate or eliminate us haven't worked. I am still mostly a Cree half-breed living in St. Andrews, and my children have a better life today because of the decisions that my grandparents and great-grandparents made in the best way that they could to protect their legacy and their descendants. We are still here, and we are here in ways that give us the opportunity to redefine what it means for us to be here and take up the spaces that we take up. This is one of my favorite quotes from Leanne Simpson, which says, "You are rebellion, resistance, and reimagination." And I really apply that to how I show up in my work and who I am as a Cree Anishinaabe physician, leader, executive coach, and senior academic. So I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in these pictures. But even before I tell you about what's going on in these pictures, I want to tell one story about the pandemic. I was the public health lead for our First Nations pandemic response in Manitoba. And I would tell you that there were far more hard times and difficulties than there were good times. But there were a couple that were really powerful and beautiful. When we were planning the vaccine rollout, one of the things that we were able to successfully advocate for was for our traditional healers and knowledge keepers to be recognized as healthcare providers. We said they are actually the most important in preserving the well-being of our communities and our individuals. And we'd had a strong working relationship with government and with government's public health team, and so they agreed to this. And so at the same time as other healthcare providers were getting access to the vaccine, the ICU providers, the emergency room folks, the family and primary care teams, our traditional healers and knowledge keepers also got access to the vaccine. And under the counsel of some of them, I had reached out to about 10 or 12 to come to one of the vaccine sites so that we could have a ceremony there, and we could get vaccinated together. And so I was able to get my vaccine that day, along with many of our traditional healers and knowledge keepers. That was really important to us for a couple of reasons. Me promoting the vaccine as a First Nations public health physician would be helpful to an extent, but the traditional healers and knowledge keepers receiving the vaccine, using vaccine as a preventive measure alongside traditional modalities was going to go a lot further, right? And so when I talked to them about coming, I talked to them, yes, about not just getting the vaccine, but about being willing to share their vaccine story, and we did some media and promo videos and things such as that. When I got to the site where we were having the ceremony and doing the vaccines that day, I went over to greet Anishinaabe Elder Fred Kelly, who I had met a couple of times, and he actually married my really good friends Bob and Lisa, right? He's Bob's uncle. But he didn't totally remember me, which is fine. He knows so many people. But he looked at me and he said, I had a dream last night about a name, and I didn't know who that name was for. But as soon as you walked in, I knew that name was for you. And I had already received a Cree name and a Dakota name. And it was time for me to receive an Anishinaabe name. And we didn't do it that day. We stayed in contact, and then we planned for a naming ceremony at my home at a time when we received 2 doses of vaccine and the public health measures were supportive of a small gathering, right? So he came to my home, and there were several other people there, and he gave me the name Nandue Benisik, which translates into healing winged one. And there were 2 teachings that he mentioned several times during the ceremony that I knew meant I really had to grasp onto them, right? And they were both related to the idea that my leadership needed to change. Like it was time for a transition in who I was as a leader. And one of the teachings has to do with the winged ones, or the thunderbirds, and about really having that high vantage point that you're scanning from and seeing the world from that high vantage point. And the second one, which he said maybe 10 or 12 times during the course of this ceremony, was to trust myself. And I found that really curious, right? And I didn't entirely know what I was supposed to be trusting myself about until I started to think about, where am I not actually trusting myself right now, right? And a big part of that was about how I showed up as a leader, right? I've been attending ceremonies and learning about my spiritual self for, I guess, 2.5 decades or so now. We weren't raised in culture or ceremony, as I mentioned, but I've been very fortunate and blessed to be able to build relationships and connect with people who were willing to teach me and to welcome me in. I sundowns down at Greengrass with Chief Oval Looking Horse. And I don't know, Diane, if we were ever down there at the same time together, but and that was in part due to my connections to Dawn Martin Hill and to her children, because one of the roles that I've played over the years has been as a bit of a mentor to Makasha. And so I'd been down for her coming of age so when she asked me to go into the Sundance Lodge with her the first year that she Sundanced, I was completely unprepared, but I said yes. And then I think it was the third year of her Sundance, when I went down and I'd had a dream, so I wasn't fully intending to go in the lodge again. I had an 8-month-old baby that I was breastfeeding, but I'd had a dream and I thought, okay, like this is gonna happen again. And when I got there, her uncle John Moon and Aunt Gladys actually gifted me with a chanupa, a pipe. And I've walked with that pipe ever since. But people in my workplace would never have known that. You know, I believed at that time that who my spiritual self was meant to be private and to stay hidden. And now I look at that and I'm like, clearly that was some conditioning of colonization. It was also maybe some of the reality of the ways we've had to hide and protect our ceremonial and spiritual knowledge. But with that naming ceremony and with the teachings of the name, I knew that was the big shift that I needed to make, which was that I had to be more open and bring more of my spiritual self openly into the work that I do too. And so the picture on the bottom, which is my hand holding a drum with sweetgrass in it and holding a tobacco tie, that was taken during a pipe ceremony, or just before a pipe ceremony started, at the Minapamatsuan Sexual Wellness Lodge at Ganiganichik in Winnipeg. That was a lodge that as a public health doctor I helped to build, and I still serve as a public health consultant. They have monthly pipe ceremonies where they welcome community in, and it's gone from being like the team plus 1 or 2 people to being a packed room every month. They've had to move the location because so many people are drawn to it and want to come and be in that space. And I'm used to being there as a public health physician and as a technician. On that day, some of the aunties who work in the lodge had offered me tobacco and asked me to sing along. And for me, it was a really powerful moment in which they gave me an opportunity to be more fully who I was in that space. And I wanted to remember it, and that's why I took that picture. The other picture, some of you might recognize the architecture of that. It's an inipi, a sweat lodge. Kukum Leslie Spillett and I were talking one day about 2 years ago. And she had said to me that she wished our team at Ongamazin and the students that we support from the different health professional colleges could be in the lodge together more often. And she wished that we had a space where we could have our own lodge. And I live on 4 acres outside of the city. And we'd actually had a lodge on my land in the past while I was married. And so I hesitated a little bit because, again, this idea of being the leader in this Western institution, but also hosting and helping to hold a lodge was like, it was almost bigger than what I could imagine, right? But I said, we could build it on my land. And within a matter of weeks, we were putting this lodge up. It was the day of the first snowfall in Manitoba, so probably literally the last day that year we could have built the lodge. And you can see several of our team members there tying the red cloths onto the lodge poles. And there was a moment when I was standing in the lodge. I'm quite tall, so I had to like stand in one of the holes. And I was tying some of the red cloth on as well, and talking to my colleague and friend, Chantel Daniels. And we just had a quiet moment. And I said to her, there's a leadership story in this. There are leadership teachings for me personally, but not just for me, in how we are standing here today, tying this lodge. As as a team of Indigenous people within a Western institution. And so these have been really powerful and important parts of reimagining who I am as a leader, as a physician, as a coach, as an academic, as a mom, as a woman, and really fundamentally changed what it means for me to stand in the fullness of who I am in every setting that I am. I want to acknowledge as well, as we talk about still being here, that there are times when it's really hard to still be here. I was reading this book recently called Healing Resistance, which is on Martin Luther King's nonviolence movement and the teachings of that nonviolence movement. And I read this quote in that book. It said, "Preach from your scars, not from your wounds." And it really hit home for me with the healing journey that I've been on too. And the reality that some of the wounds are really, really deep. Some of them are more healed. Some of them get opened up pretty easily. I'm not much of a preacher, but I take those words to heart in my work as a leader and someone who speaks. And so I'm not going to share the story of the deepest wound. I will say it relates to what happened when my dad had his heart attack. And if you're curious, there's a White Coat Black art episode called First Nations Second Class Care where I tell that story. I will tell the story of the picture on the bottom left, which should have been a really great day. That picture was taken last summer when I was invested into the Order of Manitoba. You might notice a few people down from me in the back row, my friend and Canada's most popular premier, Rob Canoe. And you might notice in the front row, third from the right, the late Honorable Murray Sinclair, who was someone I admired and respected greatly. And it truly was the honor of a lifetime to be in a group receiving an honor alongside him. That day, my parents and my children were with me. When we were chatting with Wob, I asked him if we could go up to his office. And so we all went up to his office, and my dad, who grew up a young First Nations boy in the North End, who never could have imagined any of this, wasn't just in the Premier's office, he sat down in his chair at his desk, right? And you could see in that moment a little bit of healing of that little boy inside him. But being the minnow point again in those 7 generations, my children also got to have that opportunity. They get to see themselves in those spaces as fully belonging, and they get to be raised in these circles that allow us to be in spaces like that. It was beautiful. We went over to Government House, which is the Lieutenant Governor's residence in Manitoba, for quite a fancy dinner. And the entertainment that night was Donna Narrow, which was also really special for us because Donna and I went to high school together, and we used to go to the church youth group. So again, these were people my parents also knew who got to see that night standing on the stage, award-winning artist playing beautiful music. And that should have been the whole story, right? It should have just been a beautiful day. But white supremacy tends to insert itself everywhere. So you will have seen the news out of Manitoba that 2 victims of a serial killer have been located and identified, Mercedes Moran and Morgan Harris. We are all touched by the scourge of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit folks. You probably also recall that in Manitoba, this was a hotbed election issue, and that the PCs campaigned against searching the landfill. This was one of the foundational pillars of their electoral campaign. Absolutely. Very dehumanizing language was used. And there were billboards all around Winnipeg that basically said, we have to stand firm. The answer has to be no. The tireless and fierce advocacy of their families kept this movement going. And they continued their advocacy through a change of government, and a government that immediately committed their resources to search the landfill. And now these two women, these two loved ones, are being brought home. What happened at the dinner that evening after the musical performance when we were mingling is one of the white male recipients in that photo approached me, and he said, overall, I think WAB is doing a great job, but I wish they would give up on the landfill search. And I said to him, this is not the time or the place for that discussion, and that landfill search is incredibly important. And he didn't accept that. He continued on talking about the cost, and couldn't that cost be directed in a more effective way to support our communities? And I said to him, and he mentioned the feasibility, I said to him, whether or not they find these relatives, it is critically important that they try. We have to be seen as being worthy and of having human dignity. And this is not the time or the place for this conversation. And he said something else. And now my oldest daughter, Mila, who is very protective of me and watches, has now realized that something is going on and I'm getting upset. So she walks over and she stands right beside me. And so she hears him make his third statement about why our relatives should not be looked for in the landfill. And I said to him, I am a First Nations woman raising two First Nations girls. I live with the fear and reality of our higher risk of violence every single day, not just for myself, but for my children. If we don't go looking for our relatives, who will? And then I turned and I walked away. And it wasn't just Mila who had picked up on what was going on, but actually Mazina Gijik Iban's family, the late Marie Sinclair's family, had also been watching. And so when I turned around, they were there kind of with open hearts for me to sink into a chair with them and hold that moment together, you know? And I'll never be able to look back at that photo or the medal or the night without that act of violence against Indigenous women being part of it. And this is a real facet of how white supremacy and the cis heteropatriarchy infringe, and whether consciously intending it or not, try to remind us of what our place is. And so this white supremacy culture, as we all know, is kind of the water that we swim in, right? I like this picture because it frames these different facets of white supremacy culture as poison, and I think that's very apropos. And so some of these facets of white supremacy culture that are damaging and that I've experienced as damaging is, for example, that there is one right way. And of course, that they get to decide what the one right way is. There's the myth of objectivity, that you can actually separate yourself from anything, right, and know some absolute truth that becomes the one right way. The objectivity is part of how we get conditioned to disconnect from the fullness of who we are, because we're actually told that that disconnection is necessary for us to be good scientists or physicians or healthcare professionals. White supremacy culture values false binaries, black or white, either or types of thinking, and doesn't have a lot of space for nuance and complexity. White supremacy culture values quantity over quality. It drives overconsumption, drives a focus on productivity at all times, only for the goal of consumption and consumerism. White supremacy culture embeds a sense of urgency. Everything has to be rushed. Everything has to have a deadline. It has a fear of open conflict, and that fear of open conflict is part of how the power differentials get maintained. And then the last one that I'll mention is perfectionism, right? White supremacy culture really values perfectionism and trying to get as close as possible to that one right way all of the time. Now, all of us, because this is some of the water that we swim in, right, we tend to internalize these facets into our own ways of being. At times, these can actually be quite functional strategies in response to racial violence, and we might employ them to try to protect ourselves. And so, you know, you don't get into med school without a bit of overachieving and perfectionist tendencies, right? And then it really gets layered on additionally. And I'll just tell one really quick story about that. There was one time when I was a second-year resident leading a ward. I was rounding with my team, and we had a young male patient on the ward who had extreme abdominal pain and clearly needed surgery, right? He had all the classic findings of a rigid abdomen, acute peritonitis. So I called a surgery team to come and assess him, and he was very ill. At baseline, he had an autoimmune disease that was causing his kidneys to fail, was harming his lungs. So he was going to be high risk for surgery. And the surgical team went and assessed him. They came over to where I was leading my team in rounds, and they said, "We're not going to take him for surgery. Please observe him." And I said, "Okay, what should I observe him for? Like, when should I call you back?" And the surgeon wouldn't answer the question. He's like, "Just observe him. We'll keep an eye on things." I said, "But observe him for what? Like, what's the decision point going to be when you're going to take him for surgery?" And we went back and forth a couple times on this, and he would not answer the question. And the last time when I tried to push him for an answer that was in that patient's best interest, he said to me, "There's no need to get so emotional." Yeah, I was like, one of us was the more emotional one in the interaction. It wasn't me, actually, right? So I was just like, you know, fine, like, on your way. And then there was another physician who was rounding with my team, wasn't that patient's physician, but he was there to kind of help with the teaching of the team. And he looked at me and he said that was really inappropriate. And he meant I was inappropriate for pushing back and challenging this surgeon. Now, as it goes, I talked to the patient's attending physician, sent him for a CT scan. The CT scan showed he had free air in the abdomen, and he went straight from the CT to the operating room, right? Like, I wasn't wrong. But what I left feeling that day was not self-righteousness, it was shame. because I'd been told I was too emotional. I must have done something wrong for me to get spoken to in that way. And part of the reaction to stories like that, to experiences like that, is to try to get closer to that one right way, right? To try to get closer to the perfectionism. And I'm sure each of you would have reasons why you've internalized some of these beliefs and incorporated them as practices also. As a coach, I often talk to my clients about limiting beliefs, right? The thoughts or states of mind that you've come to believe are absolutely true, and that are so deeply held, they stop you from doing things that you might otherwise do. And the internalization of some of these white supremacist beliefs form a really core set of the limiting beliefs that I've seen many Indigenous people carry in my work. Some of these had a really deep hold on me as I started my practice as a physician in 2007. I started in a state of near burnout because of some of the things that had happened in my residency, and I thought that the correct thing for me to do was quantity, was to say yes to everything that I was asked to do. And so I wasn't really enjoying my life at all. I thought it was just about the work. Thought my mission to combat systemic racism in healthcare and have a healthcare system that's safer for my dad the next time he has a heart attack, that wasn't just a mission, it was who I thought I was as a person, okay? And all I thought I was as a person. I had started working with a coach in 2007, and about a few years in, when I was talking about how rough things were, how terrible I was feeling, and things like that, she asked me, is this what you signed up for? Like, is this all that you signed up for? Like the suffering that you're experiencing here? And until she asked me that question, it had honestly not occurred to me that there was any other option. And that was when I really started to think about what the other options could be. And one of the ways that I started exploring this was through the work of Audre Lorde. I remember telling my coach one day when we were talking about joy, that what I learned about joy, I was raised in a Christian home, going to Bible camp. We were taught that joy was Jesus first, others second, yourself last. And so when she said to me, what would it be like to put yourself first? That was a real internal struggle for me. It had never occurred to me that was something that I could do or something that would be okay to do. It felt kind of selfish to try to imagine my joy first, or even my right to experience joy, given how much work there is to do to combat anti-Indigenous racism, right? The reason that I found the work of Audre Lorde helpful as a Black lesbian feminist is I thought, well, if Audre Lorde values joy and thinks joy is an essential part of the revolution, then maybe it's true for me also, right? Maybe I do have a right to joy, and maybe actually my joy is actually part of my service, right? And so I love this definition, or this quote about joy. Tomorrow belongs to those of us who conceive of it as belonging to everyone, who lend the best of ourselves to it, and with joy. What I like about it is there is an inherent justice in it, an inherent collective justice in it, right? Conceiving of tomorrow as belonging to everybody. I also really love the idea that the best of what I have to offer in service of our collective justice is the joy that I bring to it also, right? I am at my best when I have more joy. And so the work that I contribute, the service that I offer, is at its best when I have more joy. In this way is how I understand Audre Lorde's work, writing about how joy itself is the revolution. Joy itself is part of the resistance. One of the things that I often ask my clients to do, and I'd encourage you to think about it too, is actually sit with and come to a definition of what joy means to you, right? Because otherwise, how are we going to know when we get there? And how I've come to define it is these moments where I can pause and I think, I am so truly happy and at peace right now. And in those moments, the common denominator is the distance between who I am in that moment and my most favorite version, knowing of who I am, is the shortest, right? When there is little disconnection between me in the present and me in my fullness. That is how I understand joy. And although I worked on joy for years, I actually worked on it as adding more things to my to-do list. I kind of missed the boat on that one. It's like, okay, I'm going to keep doing all the jobs and projects and stuff that I do, and I'm going to add in there trying to have more joy. That didn't really work out for me. When I started to actually feel more deep happiness, peace, connected to who I am, was when I started a rest practice, okay? This quote is from Tricia Hersey, who's also known as the Nap Bishop. And she has 2 books out about rest. And this quote here says, "How can we afford to rest when the colonizing empire we live within daily continues to rage on and grow stronger?" That's part of our current reality, right? The empire continues to morph, plan, and strategize to maintain power. Yes, the system continues raging and destroying, but we will not be able to tap into spaces of freedom, joy, and rest by pushing our precious bodies and minds in abusive ways. To rest is to creatively respond to grind culture's call to do more. It's the possibility of rest, reparations, resurrection, and repair that holds us like a warm, soft blanket. With white supremacy and capitalism's focus on productivity and on urgency, I personally did not think I had a right to be rested. I thought every moment I had to be productive and had to be explicitly focused on doing anti-racism and anti-colonial work. I took on white supremacy's role of pushing my mind and body in abusive ways, right? And I know I am far from the only one who has done that. This is, in fact, part of grind culture. It is an ongoing way that the systems of white supremacy and capitalism keep trying to control our emotional and physical labor. And when I came to understand it this way through reading books like this, I started to see rest itself as an act of resistance. It's actually the name of Tricia Hersey's book, Rest as Resistance. I also started to see rest as reclamation of my own mind, body, and spirit. I also saw rest as reclamation of our teachings. And I think, for example, about the teachings of the winter season, right? Of winter solstice, of seasonality and needing a season every year where our priority is hibernation and rest, right? Of recovering from the fall harvest and preparing for spring's planting. The other thing I will say is I think about rest as a non-reactive, not chronically stressed, relaxed brain state. So it's sleep, absolutely, but it is also those active things that we do, whether that's exercise, sitting in nature, going to ceremony, that helps our brain and our bodies lower the cortisol levels and come more into who we actually are. Personally, this meant that I did have to decrease some of the stress and racial violence in my life. There was too many arenas where I was the one leading the work of anti-racism and decolonization with all of the violence that that entails. And so I quit my job in public health about 2 years ago. And honestly, I knew for many more years than that I needed to leave public health. But it took work of identifying and challenging limiting beliefs that I had. I've always financially supported not just my own kids, but other family members as well. I was worried about still being able to support them. I wasn't sure what the next opportunity would be. And I also thought, if I don't continue to do this work, who's going to do it, right? And so I had to get comfortable with leaving a vacant space where work might not get done, because actually what I could contribute in the context of the people there, the organization, and the time was not actually resulting in any good outcomes and only resulting in harm to me. And so I left the job. But this all happened over the course of years too, when I grew this love affair for boundaries, right? Now I think about boundaries as the greatest love language we can have for ourselves. I love this quote from Prentice Hemphill: "Boundaries are the distance at which I can love you and me simultaneously." And when I think about that idea of loving you and me simultaneously, I always think of Kuka Margaret Lavallee, one of the grandmothers we've worked with at least 15 years in Ongamazin. She's an Anishinaabe from Sagkeeng First Nation. And I remember the teachings of love that she's given many times over the years, and how she always emphasizes that, love has to start with yourself. I think that's self-love teaching first. And without that teaching, I would not be able to accept the truth of this quote. Because for a lot of years, like for many people, maybe it's a middle child, oldest daughter thing, but I think others as well, we're taught to be self-sacrificing and to put everyone else's needs ahead of our own. And part of the belief we internalize is we're not entitled to have boundaries, that we always just have to be willing to say yes and give more. And so some of the limiting beliefs and reframing that I've done or challenged with that is to actually start to see my worth as in my being and not in just my doing, right? That I could be valued in a relationship for who I am, not just for what I do for the other person. And that can be a hard one. I've had to really understand that just because there's a lot of work to do doesn't mean all of the work is mine to do, right? That I have to get really clear on what my piece of the work is. And it's not just okay, it's actually better for everybody if I only do my piece of the work, right? And one of the reframes I worked on with my coach around that is, if I get asked to do something and I know it's a no for me, but I say yes anyways, then I'm stepping into somebody else's space. That work was meant for somebody else, and if I'm in that space, that person doesn't have that opportunity, and it's pretty unlikely someone is going to come to me and be like, hey, actually, I wanted to do that work, or can you move aside? And I don't want to put anyone in the position of having to do that. And then maybe my role is more to help find the person whose work it is to do, to use what I know now and the experiences I've had to support them in doing that work. And that feels a lot more aligned with who I am than thinking I need to be the one who does all of the work, right? And the last thing I would say around this in particular is how that fear of open conflict contributes to not having good boundaries or being afraid to set boundaries. People get afraid of disappointing other people. They get afraid people might get upset with them, all of these different reasons. And how I've come to look at this is really in a frame of generative conflict, right? Where It's not that we want to avoid the conflict, it's that we want to do the conflict in a way that achieves the goal and strengthens the relationship. And if we hold both together, maybe we can be a bit braver with the difficult conversations that we have. One other thing that I've learned over the years is that challenging these deeply ingrained limiting beliefs, it's hard work, actually, right? Practicing new ways of being is hard work. The work we all do in this space is hard. We make mistakes, we go through hard things, and all too often, we don't extend the same grace and kindness we would to somebody else to ourselves, right? And so another essential practice that I've grown is the practice of self-compassion, of extending the same kindness to yourself that you would to others. You know, I mentioned previously that I didn't do good at joy for the first several years when I was trying to increase the joy in my life. I have had such a well-tuned, harsh inner critic that I felt like I was failing at joy. I thought, now that I know I want to have joy, I should be able to flip the switch and be perfect at having joy, right? And I couldn't. And so it just became another thing that my inner critical dialogue judged myself for, at not being able to have more joy. And that's just one example of how these harsh inner critics can show up. And I think similarly to love and needing to show it to ourselves and have it for ourselves first, for kindness, we need to have it at least equally to ourselves the way we have it to other people. Now, I want to recognize that the perfectionism I've mentioned, yes, is a facet of internalized white supremacy, because what we start to believe through experience and in ways that are sometimes true is that, for me, I can only protect myself if I'm perfect, right? I can only protect my family by being perfect. I can only protect the communities that I'm part of and I love by being perfect in these workspaces. And when I understand perfectionism as a facet of white supremacy culture, then I think self-compassion too is a really incredible form of resistance, okay? And so Dr. Kristen Neff is probably one of the leading scholars on self-compassion. And so I've drawn a lot on her work. And simply, self-compassion is being kind and understanding to yourself when you're confronted with personal challenges or tough feelings, right? And in each of these three dimensions of it, self-kindness, common humanity, and mindfulness or equanimity, we all tend to default to an opposite pole. That's what we have generally been conditioned to do. And if we think about it as kind of a Likert scale or a spectrum, probably on that spectrum somewhere between the two different poles. So for the first one there, the opposite pole of self-kindness is self-judgment, right? What is your go-to inner dialogue when you make a mistake? And how would that dialogue be different if a friend was telling you that they made the same mistake, right? Would you say the same things to your friend who made the mistake that you say inside to yourself when you make a mistake? This is actually one of the ways that I support clients to move towards more self-kindness, is I will have them, when they're going through something tough and having these hard dialogues, I'll have them pick a friend, like a dear friend, and write a letter to that dear friend as though it was the friend that made the mistake, and express kindness, compassion, and support to the friend. And then I simply have them cross out the friend's name and write their own name at the top, and then read it to themselves. It's a very concrete way to start to practice self-compassion, and I found many of us need those really concrete tasks as part of our practice. Some of the elements within self-kindness, I would say, is recognizing that mistakes happen, right? Recognizing we go through hard things. But it's the difference in being able to say, I made a mistake, and I'm having some hard feelings about it, versus I am a mistake, right? So we want to get away from the I am a mistake, they're right, I don't belong in this place, those kind of statements, to I made a mistake and I can learn from it. The second one, the tendency that we have is to isolate ourselves when there's something hard going on or when we made a mistake. You know, when I think about this one, I think about how shame loves secrecy. Some of you might be familiar with Brené Brown's work on the topic, but I think we all kind of intuitively get that. When we feel ashamed about something, like making a mistake, we kind of want to hide ourselves, hide from it. And where we want to practice toward is understanding mistakes and hard things as part of the shared human experience, right? One of the reasons I love group coaching, which is mostly the kind of coaching that I do now, is I get to see the power of the connection when someone in the group shares a mistake and the other members of the group, first of all, they feel seen and validated because they've too made mistakes. They feel more comfortable than talking about their mistakes, and they support each other through kind of the hard feelings and the learnings of the mistakes that get made. I get to see this common humanity in action. And across the course of times when I'm running group coaching programs, what I see over and over, which is aligned with the evidence, is that people become more willing to take risks. They're more willing to try new things, to step out of their comfort zones. And also when they make mistakes, they're more likely to take accountability for them. The last one here is mindfulness or equanimity. And the pole we tend to default to is one of ruminating or over-identifying with the mistake or the hard feeling, right? What is meant by mindfulness or equanimity is that we're not making hard things either more or less than what they are, right? We're able to just sit with the hard feelings, to be beside them, and to let them cycle through so we don't carry them with us longer than we need to. We don't get stuck in them, and we can move on to learning from the mistake or the hard things. Sometimes I wonder if collectively our ability to practice self-compassion grew if we would have less lateral violence. Yeah. All right. Everyone agreed, so I won't make the point anymore. No, I'm kidding. Where am I here? I do think that the connections between self-compassion and lateral violence parallel this dynamic tension and need for both individual and collective healing, right? Especially in the context that we're in today, like we need to have each other more, right? We need to be in this together and not adding to the harm through lateral violence. And again, I'm not saying this that we should avoid conflict and have kind of a false peace, but that we need to do this conflict better in nonviolent ways. And so this takes me to what I want to close with today. And I love Leanne Simpson's writing. This quote is from the book Islands of Decolonial Love. It says, Gidiga Bijou is a strategist and a warrior. The strategist sits with the pain, or maybe she sits beside the pain. Maybe the warrior, the one that carries the burden of peace, also carries the burden of love, of embracing connection in the face of utter disconnection. Maybe there is no limit on love. And I think a lot of us who work in these spaces are like or are Gidiga Bijou, both a strategist and a warrior. The pain is there. The pain will be there, right? But we are not just the pain, and we are not the pain, right? We have to re-examine our relationship to it and our location to it. And I love that idea of the strategist being able to sit beside the pain and build the strategies, the path forward to healing from that location. I also love this element of duality, of being both the strategist and the warrior. I think about the parallels or the alignment of carrying the burdens of peace and love, and about the principles of Martin Luther King's nonviolence. And of the 6 principles there, the one I hold on to the most is that the universe is on the side of justice. I think the call to us here is the same as in nonviolence movements, which is to embrace connection in the face of utter disconnection. And just like, or because racism operates at many levels, institutional, interpersonal, and internalized, so does disconnection, right? We have that internalized disconnection too. So when I read this quote, I don't read just about embracing connection with others. I read about embracing connection to the truest version of who I am. I think about the work that I have done to reconnect to my body, to my mind, to my spirit, to my emotions, and how over the past year, the promise I have held to myself has been to stop participating in my own dehumanization and to center, to honor, and even to revel in the fullness of who I am. So my invitation to you as I close today is to feel how this lands for you, to see if there's an embodied sense of truth in what I've said and shared from my experience for you also. What I've shared today is foundational in who I am today. And so I offer it to you today with a good heart. Ask that you take what you need and leave the rest here. Padamya, Ekwase, Miigwech, Kahontakwas, all my relations.
Incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Dr. Marsha Anderson. Yeah. I don't know about you guys, I found myself nodding along so much with everything that you shared, and inspired at how you've been able to take what was seen as radical in terms of joy and rest and integrate that into yourself and your life and your work. It's beautiful. Thank you very much. We want to try to create like as much of an inclusive space as we can. So for all of our keynotes, we're hoping that we can have some question and answer. So if anyone there in the audience has a question for Dr. Marsha Anderson, we have some mic runners who can run over, but just raise your hand and let us know. We only have time for a couple of questions right now, but it's also a bit hard to see with the lights. But does anyone have a question? There we go, right here in the front. Thanks. And you can use the podium, or you could use the mic if you want it. I can use this.
Young lady, you're beautiful.
Oh, Miigwech.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't quite hear you. I would like to know what the great Fred Kelly, the meaning of your name is.
Yes, it's Nandui Benisik, and he translated it as healing winged one.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's great. Are there any other questions out there? I had a question, unless anyone else out there. I was curious because you talk about the young people in your life, your kids and other family members, and that one moment, which should have been a night of joy, impacting them. And I'm curious how you are trying to instill in them these lessons that you've learned about joy and self-compassion in spite of the realities of the world that we're all living in and the challenges we face.
Yeah, thank you for that question. One of the first things or I guess a few ways I would say, my kids have been going to ceremonies since they were in my womb, right? And so they've heard the beat of the drum, they've sat in different lodges, and so they've been raised from the beginning surrounded by the beauty of who we are. And I wanted them to be able to understand themselves as full human beings in that grounding too. The second thing is, because I was starting to work on my own perfectionism as a young mom, I ordered posters about growth mindset and put them up all over the place. And that is how I've always approached them. I wanted, if anything, to be able to have their perfectionism be a little bit less, right? And then the third thing that I'll say is we are so fortunate in Winnipeg. Like, Winnipeg is such a hotbed of Indigenous excellence. We have a vibrant queer and trans people of color community, and we spend lots of time with really amazing people. And in those settings, when we maybe feel the most free to be who we are, we do a lot of laughing.
Yeah.
And then the last thing I'll say is, you know, my kids were quite young when I separated, and so I've had them in therapy since that time, teaching them that it's good to take care of your mental health in many different ways. And so with the news that has been around the landfill search and how that's affected me personally, it has also affected my kids. But one thing I was really proud of was I got home from work one day last week. It'd been a really long day, and Max, who's my 11-year-old, said, "I made a dance about missing and murdered Indigenous women. Can you watch my dance?" And I was so proud of them for finding a way to move through their emotions about it too. And it made me proud as a mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you should be very proud.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So incredible. Right now, we're going to take a short morning break, a 10-minute break. We're going to try to keep it to 10 minutes, and there are snacks and refreshments available, so feel free to grab a bite, stretch your legs, and hopefully connect with one another. I also want to remind you the Brain Date Lounge is now open in the foyer. So those brain dates are knowledge-sharing conversations. If you're connecting with people at your table and you want to keep it going, you can take those conversations into the Brain Date Lounge. And after each keynote session, there's, you know, this opportunity to create dialogue. And if you want to start a new conversation or join other conversations that are happening in the Brain Date Lounge, log into the Feedloop Go page and search the topic market under Brain Date, or visit the Brain Date concierge in the foyer. And after the break, please proceed to your designated breakout sessions. If you were attending the wellness session, it will be in the Governor General Room on the second floor. You can access it through the elevator located at the end of the foyer. And lunch will be back here in the ballroom immediately following the breakout sessions, and the lunch buffet opens at 12:15. But thank you, and just enjoy your break, and we'll see some of you here after the break for Dr. Ian Anderson. Thank you very much.
be seated. The program will begin shortly. Please join me in welcoming our MC for the conference, Connie Walker.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for coming back. Just give people a minute to get settled again. And I'll introduce our next speaker. Professor Ian Anderson is a Palawa man born in Tasmania. He spent the majority of his life in the Koori community in Victoria, where he has extensive family and community networks. These connections are deeply rooted through the colonial history of the Bass Strait. Ian's professional background includes over 2 decades association with the Victorian Aboriginal Health Service as an Aboriginal health worker, doctor, Chief Executive Officer, and board member, and as a period as medical advisor to the Office of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health in the Commonwealth Department of Health and Aged Care. Professor Anderson has chaired ministerial councils such as the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Equality Council and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Higher Education Council. Prior to joining the public service for a second time, Professor Anderson held successive leadership roles at the University of Melbourne, including the Foundation Chair, Indigenous Higher Education, and as Pro Vice Chancellor Engagement. He was previously the Foundation Chair of Indigenous Health, also at Melbourne. Most recently, he was Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Australian National University and the University of Tasmania. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ian Anderson.
Ya Karati, Mini Ian Anderson, Waipa Parabana, Waipa Trawalaway, Tapilche Pramarana, Tapilche Lumanatana, Tapilche Nipalana, Mina Malarina, Parapalinga, Kuapana, Mina Tunapri, Palawa, Nini Milathinika, Mina Waipa Anishwabi, Waipa Wendat, Waipa Hodona Shoni, Waipa Chippewa, Waipa Mesagua, Torantanya, Milathinia, Hiona. Takamuna, Rala. Connie, Rala. Ladini, Rala. That's what I just said. It's an honor to be here. Hiona, Diane, you told me exactly the Palawa tradition. Hiona, Marcia, you almost gave my presentation. I'm going to talk about autism. Autism as a gift, as an ancestral gift. It's a gift our ancestors understood well. Autism enabled us to develop ritual, song, dance, and all the things that First Nations believe are true. Autism also helped create ancestral memory, not as fact. I'm going to have to turn around because I can't read those slides, but I need to do this without turning my back. And we sing, we dance, and we talk strong. Latrawita means moon rock. It has an 85,000-year history. My ancestors were there for 85,000 years. Through 3 glacial cycles, we were connected to the Australian continent through what is known as the Bassian Plain. Songline number 2 connects Mount Wellington in Nipaluna, Hobart. It's connected all the way through to the Central Australian desert and up to Balgo in the West Australia. Kunyatini is a word for ceremony, and the same word has travelled all the ways to the Australian continent. Palawakani is an African language from 800,000 years ago. Maybe not spoken exactly, it was a dialect of an African language. Our linguistic first cousins are Africa's first peoples, the San people of southern Africa, and the Bako people of the forest. This is the Bass Bay, or the Bassian Plain, 20,000 years ago, 40,000 years ago, and 80,000 years ago. My ancestors, who a clan called Palabakamweni, walked along the Australian east coast, not on the actual coast, but actually what is now the continental shelf, all the way to what is called the corridor, and then walked back up to, they didn't walk, but their language and culture walked to South Australia, Central Australia, and Balgo. And that word Kanyatini, which is remembered in our language as a mountain that lifts rock, actually means human that are raised up. And that's the language of Aboriginal ceremony from 85,000 years ago. For Palawa, Tonapri is a season of transition. It is a season that we all move through every annual cycle. It has considerable danger, but considerable promise, and it lays the seeds of Tonapri, of renewal. Every Tonapri is a language word that is transition. position, and there are a number of other objects and people and memories that are called tongapri. In 1804, David Collins turned La Trawitta into a prison. The prison for the poor people. The prison for the people who lived in poverty that Great Britain, the Empire, wanted to get rid of. The genocide of the Palawa began in 1804 and finished in 1835. The Black Wars were from 1825 to 1831. A place called Waiabelina, which actually means Black Mountain Houses, was the prison to which the free Palawa were removed to lay down and die. Bangana and Taiarolo, which means initiated men and women, led the resistance to the invasion for the massacre at Risen Bay in 1804. Muanya Lakena was Bangana. He was born around 1770 and died on the exact year he was removed to the prison. His name means spirit of flowing waters. He is of the Paimar Tapochiri Rena people, people of thunder and shells. Not quite thunderbirds, but thunder shells. He was a cultural leader, he was a healer, and he was a seer. Teperekana is a place on the north coast of the island where the clans meet every year to honour him, Huana. Because he is the man who's probably the most significant leader, apart from Palava Moini, who walked to the island. He was the most significant leader in 80,000 years because he saved us. It was because of him and other Bangana, they resisted the invasion, but he alone had a plan for the Taialoro to marry up Aboriginal way with white sealers. It's because of him that I am here. It's because of him that Palawa are here. Horata Martanya Tayana, one of my grandmothers. Her name means, and these are birth names, they were given at birth. Whitehead apologies used to call them conception names, but these are birth names because that's what was happening when she was born. Grandmother holds a bird. She was Taialaro. She was Marana. Marana means shell. Those shells are Marana shells, and they are symbolic of her status. She was Parabana Banga, and Banga means mother, but Banga means mother only within the clan. She was a sealer. This is a picture of her clan sister, Hoti. I'm incredibly sad whenever I see that picture. That's the picture taken in her second prison, in a place called Oyster Cove, where she died. Dalrymple Briggs. She was born on Clark Island to Warata Maltanya Tiana and George Briggs. In 1838, Dalrymple swam the Kanamaluka, the Tamar River, with her first child. She's my great-grandmother. First child tied on her back. Her former master had raped her and was attempting to kill her. Because of her bravery, my family survived the genocide and gifted us with autism. Paiwata Prangi Tama Pawa Latrapuna Witanya Palawa. For a long time before, never to be finished, we stand on the land of the Palawa. That was, the picture was actually sent to me and my family, and the night we lost the referendum. The referendum that was designed to give us, for the first time in Australian history, power. Power over ourselves, power to determine our future. We lost that. And that's a picture of the Tamar River, the Kala Maruka. So autism is a gift. It's an ancestral gift. It's a gift of knowledge. It's a gift of knowing. It's formed through genetic changes to neural circuits that shape the form and expression of speech. Sensory inputs are stronger, motor inputs are weaker. Dopamine is the key to the sleep-wake cycle. So, in my mind, what time of day are we? 12:09. It's 12 a.m. in the morning. Yeah? Completely reversed. Yeah? And that's part of the basis of why grind culture turned autism from a gift into a disability. Autism creates patterns. Our ancestors needed patterns to see where to go. Patterns, and people have already spoken about this, patterns in the sky. The Southern Cross is remembered in Palawa culture as Mangana. In Maori culture is Mahatariki. Aquila the eagle is remembered in Palawa culture as Larilla. Canopus is the star. It's a south. There was never, when Empire came, there was never a star in the south. That was 28,000 years previous. That's because the Earth axis wobbles over a 28,000 year cycle. So Canopus is remembered in our language as Moini. Moini, the South Star that guided Palawa Moini, to the islands 85,000 years ago. Grind culture, it's a disability of maternity. Rigid rhythms and procedures are enforced by social structures. People with autism are just completely unable to work within those systems. They destroy us. Overwhelm. This is when communication difficulty is so difficult in the face of overstimulation. There would be no overstimulation if we were living our traditional way, because there were no lights. There was a way to which you could control your environment. If it was too bright, you walk somewhere else. Sensory input cannot be managed unless other people understand its importance. Work schedules are rigid unless workplaces understand the need for flexibility. And repeated exposure to all this leads to post-traumatic stress disorder. Traditional healers enable, or autism, sorry, I've got this wrong around, you need to be healed from post-traumatic stress disorder, just like you need to be healed from the post-traumatic stress disorder caused by colonisation. And traditional healing is a method of healing that does that. Clan teachings are needed to prepare young people with autism for the world of trauma that they will face. They will inevitably face unless society recognises or even understands autism. Clan teachings that enable young people with autism to see their role as future leaders as they were for our ancestors. Traditional healers provide people with ceremonial practices that are centering and they create mindfulness. That's what people with autism need for healing. Traditional healers working with Western-trained psychologists and psychiatrists can bring together the healing practices of both these traditions. And key to all this is the healing of family. I grew up, a family of 7, every one of us had autism. that is not a healthy environment. Whilst we all loved each other, we all couldn't communicate well with each other. And consequently, healing families is absolutely essential. Traditional healers do that, and I don't think Western-based healers even understand how to do that. That is a key role to enabling us to heal and to recover. Wanya Lakena. The universe called him to lead. His spirit was inside him. He actually described it as here. That was where his spirit lay. Yeah? It was in his head. That was where he understood how to lead. He led ceremonies where young people were raised up. Konyanya Tina. Tribal elders had in Lachawita had a political vision of how to resist Empire's invasion. His foresight, and it was his foresight alone, that ensured Taela Lore were married up according to Palawa tradition, and that ensured, and that is the one thing that ensured that I am here, that I understand my history and my deep ancestral memory. There's a word for healer in Arunta culture. This is the people from around Alice Springs. It's called a Nunkari. Nunkari gave meaning to the clan when the healing system was disturbed. Yeah? Nunkari today work with biomedically trained doctors to do the same work. And biomedically trained doctors who are expert at healing the diseased body. But for Anangkari, they saw their system as connecting a body with land and with the body's spirit or their mental health. This is a contemporary representation. This is public health. Yeah, you're still doing public health. You're reinventing public health. Connection to spirit, spiritualities and ancestors, connection to body behaviours, connection to mind and emotions. Public health was not invented by Western science. It was developed by traditional peoples through the vision of autism. Seers understand the connectivity between generations. In Aboriginal tradition, ancestors become people to become ancestors. We call that the cycle of time. Time is now and the everwhen. Place is here and the everwhere. Ancestral memories with ancestral futures today we call foresight. Foresight that our people have been using for thousands and thousands and thousands of generations. Time is now and the everwhen. Place is here and the everywhere. That's my brain. I cannot, if I don't know where to walk, I get lost. I cannot even read a map because the place finder in my brain is 180 degrees in the other direction. Time is similar. I can tell you precisely what I will do for the next 3 days, and I know sort of what I'm doing next week and the week following, but I have no memory of time in my head. I rely on people who keep diaries. You cannot live in grind culture. You cannot live in a grind culture and survive unless you have an executive assistant. Taluna. Do you know there are trees like that here in Canada? They're in the boreal forest. Tasmania was once part of Canada in the Jurassic. Slipped off and then went south. And the west coast of Tasmania have the remnants of rainforest and temperate rainforest of the boreal forest in Canada. That is known as tanana. Tanana is a very ancient pine. Tanana is of extraordinary day in Tanapuri, which we are in globally. Tanana is under threat. There's a poem which I need to turn around and read it. But when south winds sob in drowned creek courses and whisper to hard wet sand, hold the horses, the spent red horses. I hold the horses, the tired red horses, and silence is on the land. That was written by Marie Pitt. Marie Pitt, her grandfather was a convict in 1911. I am a Pitt. I understand her passion for land that's so beautiful. So, I think that's all I have to say. One more word, Hiwana. Wulika Hiwana. Thank you.
I don't have a microphone, but let me grab one of these ones, see if this works. Testing, testing, great, great. So we're hoping to do a Q&A here as well. Does anyone in the audience have a question for Dr. Anderson? Thank you very much, by the way. That was fascinating. Great, we have someone in the front. Oh, we have a mic.
Hi. Okay. So I'm autistic, and I love listening to you talk about that. I only realized that I was autistic in the last few years. It was impossible to ignore once I hit menopause. I also have ADHD. And I am realizing how difficult it is to live in the mainstream world with the way that my brain works. I'm also seeing other people that are autistic at work, and they're struggling. They're getting write-ups for being 1 minute late. And for them, that 1 minute late is such a miracle that they're not an hour late. And I work for an Indigenous organization, and we try to follow traditional paths, but we also live in the mainstream world that expects all these things from us. And so I struggle every day, and I sleep 10 hours a night because that's the only way I have the energy to get through the next day. And I panic about everything, and I worry about everything, and I tell myself about this conference, what if just for this 3 days you didn't worry? You just didn't worry. And I'm trying, but it's really hard because I worry about everything. And I just thank you for being here, but I just want to know what the answer is. How the hell do we live in this world when we're autistic?
Well, I could say grind culture needs to die, but I don't think that's a helpful answer. It's probably the way I can survive is I know my path. My path is, I was once almost a president of a university. Something happened to stop that, something quite awful. It destroyed me. I was sacked from a university because I have autism. I spent 4 months in a dissociative state. That's anyone who's done psychiatry can please explain a dissociative. It's essentially when I described it as being in a lead coffin. Yeah? But I'm through that, and I now realise that is not my path. My path is to do this, to help us recover the tradition we never lost. It was stolen, it was destroyed. That's what empire did to us. It's what empire did to you. And my path going forward is to write everything I can for the next 30 years to help my people recover our power. Yeah? ADHD. So I have ADHD, I have ASD. It's the same thing actually. It's exactly the same thing. The trouble is that the two form, there's pediatric psychiatry and there's adult psychiatry. They have two different words for exactly the same thing. It's essentially a clinical diagnosis rather than a scientific diagnosis. There are extraordinary things in the family of autism, like this thing called synesthesia. I can't even remember what it means. It means you essentially associate a sensory input with smell. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah? There's a thing that my sister has where she can see faces, she can't remember faces. There is much to be celebrated in autism, but grown culture has turned it into a disability. So leaders in workplaces, schools, it's their responsibility, not ours. I can't do that for them. They need to create sensory environments where young people can learn. They need to understand how to not destroy people in workplaces. And with some time, I do think that can be happen, but we just need to look after ourselves. Thank you, Marcia. Look after ourselves. We put our first self and we put our peoples, our traditional peoples, at first. So when I was in primary school, I went to school, they told me I was extinct. Now, can I swear? Who the fuck does that to a 9-year-old? That's what they believed. They believed we were extinct. When David Pennington, bless him, Dean of Medicine, Melbourne Medical School, when I went to medical school, he called me up. Where are you from? I thought your people were extinct. It is also our job to re-educate power so that power learns how destructive they are to us. I think that's all I was going to say. This. If anyone has autism, this is a symbol, it's quite new, it's called a hidden disability, yeah? International airports now know this. Heathrow invented this in the pandemic. I wear this everywhere now because I don't have to ask for help. It's quite extraordinary it's extraordinary travelling 35 hours, but over that 35 hours going through Sydney Airport, Vancouver to Toronto, I never had to ask once for help. Yeah? In fact, in Sydney, it was even more extraordinary. They didn't assume anything about the disability. They signed, they pointed to signs, said green. This is a powerful mechanism for us to heal because we don't have a problem. We do not have a problem. It's the world that has a problem.
Are there any other others? Okay, great. Okay, this is the last question, unfortunately. Sorry.
Oh, that was the last one? Or?
No.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to tell you that in Native culture, our culture, Amigama from the East Coast, and I just want to tell you that when our belief is that when a child is born different from anyone else, or if they're born like something's wrong with them, maybe they're born without an arm, or they're born with a lifelong ailment like my son, he had cystic fibrosis. But in our way, when anybody's born in any way that's different, we believe that they are like medicine. They have a gift of some kind that we cannot understand. It's a spiritual gift. And that's why our people saw, and all throughout North America, anybody that was different, sometimes they were seen as healers, and just like what you talked about. And I'd like to, when our sister back here mentioned that she had autism, and when she goes to work, and there's many others in her where she works, and if they're 1 minute late, they give them a hard time, and they're spoken to. And she said, and for them that's a celebration, because usually it's like 1 hour late. You know, if we are really going to decolonize, then we have to stop trying to put ourselves in a box. We're a circle. And our ancestors always went with the rhythm of things, just like how that river flows. You know, just like the animals, you know, they just follow their instinct. And so we, as Indigenous people, we still have that connection. We have that connection to our ancestors. We still go with the rhythm of life. Rather than to be boxed in, you have to punch in at a certain time. That's foreign to us, and it's hard on our spirit. So, yeah. So I just want to tell you that over here. Yeah. Oh, no? that I kind of understand a little bit of what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. And just give thanks who the Creator made you to be. There's a reason why. Thank you.
Thank you. That's beautiful. Thank you.
So Mwanya Lakena, he had autism. He didn't actually have a scientific diagnosis, but he said it's in my head. My gift is in my head. And he had all the gifts that autism brings: vision, healing, and seeing. Yeah? I'm trying to fit. He's my ancestor. We call him grandfather. He's my ancestor 7 generations ago. I know now what I was born to do. I was born to assist in leading the recovery of Palawa culture, Palawa language, our lifeways, and our ways of knowing, which go back to Africa 2.2 million years ago. That's where autism was born, and that enabled language. Before there were sounds, people with autism created a pattern. Yeah, and that becomes a language. And that's the language that Palawa people, and actually all First peoples, talk a variation, a dialect of that language. And that for me, I realised that 3 weeks ago as I was writing this, and that for me is profound. Profound. Because it speaks to Tanapri, which the evil yellow man to the south is leading. That's what we need to do. It's only because of us that we can heal the world. That is our job. And it's our job as leaders everywhere, as public health people, reinventing public health. That is our goal. That is my purpose in life.
Thank you very much. Let's give a hand to Dr. Ian Anderson. I just also want to make a connection between all of the speakers this morning, Michael and Marcia and Ian, and even I think the teachings of late Joe, in that obviously incredibly accomplished, incredibly smart, incredibly hardworking people who, once you have gotten to leadership positions, that is not the end. That is almost the beginning of this new journey and this new teaching. And I feel like it's so inspiring to hear about that and to be able to receive these teachings today, and just personally, thinking about my own journey moving forward. So I want to thank you all for that today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, can't forget your phone. Lunch is now available in the foyer, and if you'd like to book a brain date, there's still time. Just check the scheduling platform or speak to a team member for assistance. And if you'd like to book a session with an elder or a healer, please visit the registration desk. Enjoy your lunch. Thanks, everyone.
Please be seated. The program will begin shortly. Please be seated. The program will begin shortly. Please join me in welcoming our MC for the conference, Connie Walker.
Thank you. So, how did everyone enjoy lunch? Delicious, right? Yeah. We have a busy afternoon, so we're going to get right into it. We are honored to welcome Dr. Esther Tailfeathers, a dedicated leader and change maker in Indigenous health. As the medical lead of the Indigenous Wellness Core at Alberta Health Services, she works to improve access to culturally safe care for Indigenous communities. She played a key role in developing the Indigenous Health Commitments, Roadmap to Wellness, a guide to advancing health equity. As a family physician, Dr. Tailfeathers has been at the forefront of addressing addiction and mental health challenges. Following the opioid crisis on Kainai, or the Blood Reserve, in 2015, she led groundbreaking harm reduction initiatives, including the first community-based naloxone distribution program. Her work also inspired the award-winning documentary, Gima Bibitsin, The Meaning of Empathy. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Esther Tailfeathers.
Okay, nitsukoegs nistuakok makuinaskiaki. Numhtu gana. I'm from the Blood Tribe or Kainai First Nation and from the Blackfoot Confederacy. And I think there, at least I know Angela is from the Blackfoot Confederacy here, but I don't know if there's anybody else from the Confederacy. Anyway, let's see, where do I start? Maybe with a laugh. I've been practicing family medicine for 25 years, and 20 of those years I practiced as a rural family physician. I still do, I practice on my reserve, but I don't do the emergency room anymore. And I travel to other communities, Indigenous communities in the province. But for the longest time, I did the grind culture. We talked about the grind culture and never knew I was in it. In fact, Ian and I were talking about, Marcia talking about the grind culture. And it just kind of occurred to me that, oh, that's what I've been doing. But anyway, when I worked in the emergency room, I never left my Indigenous mind behind. And the emergency room I worked in mostly was the Cardston emergency room. And it's a rural emergency room with Hutterites, and if anybody's aware of that, they're almost like the Mennonites, Hutterite communities, the Mormon community of Cardston, my reserve, the Blood Reserve, which has about 13,000 members, and scattered across the largest reserve in Canada. Anyway, the summers get really busy because we live really close to Waterton. Hospital is very close to Waterton Lakes National Park. And if you're working the emergency room, you could have 3 ambulances coming in at the same time and you're the only doctor. So I had a very, very busy summer morning in the emergency room. I was attending to a cardiac patient in our trauma bay. And then there was some other things going on, fish hooks and things like that. And this young man, they brought in a young man by ambulance who had been riding a horse, and the horse had rolled on him. And we x-rayed his leg, and it looked like he had what's called a tibial plateau fracture. And I wasn't entirely sure that it was that, so I sent the x-ray to one of my colleagues, and he looked at it in Lethbridge, and we talked on the phone. He says, yeah, that looks like a tibial plateau fracture. And then I said, well, should I cast it or put a Zimmer splint on it, or what do you think? And he said, put a baloney cast on it. And I thought in my Indigenous mind, baloney cast, because I love baloney, hey, we all do. And I'm thinking, baloney, how do you put a baloney cast on? And I said it to him, I said, baloney cast. And then he said to me, below the knee cast. Yeah, so we use a lot of humor in the emergency room. I finished doing the emergency room where I stopped when COVID started because of having to do a lot of work with our COVID isolation on the reserve. But I wanted to, the work that I have done and I'm going to present to you is work that we have done in our community to address the opioid crisis. And so I brought a very didactic presentation for you, which I'll go through very quickly after I joined the spiritual and soul-searching presentations of the people who came before me, and Dr. Ian Anderson, Dr. Marcia Anderson, the Maori people that were here. It's a very spiritual, very emotional morning. And I felt like, what am I doing talking about this didactic stuff when there's some very, very important things that we're talking about? So I'm going to read to you a piece that I wrote regarding what was happening during the opioid crisis. And we're still in it, but we're starting to see a decline. But I want to read to you a piece of when I was working in the emergency room and how the trauma of our people today is related to the trauma of the past. And so I hope not to trigger people, and I'm glad that there's support staff and there's places that you can go. So if you feel triggered by it, hopefully you can come talk to me after or make use of some of the supports that they have here. So I'm going to read to you Holy Bear Woman first, and then I'll go through the didactic part, which I feel like I wasn't quite prepared because it's more of a didactic thing. Anyway, I'm going to do Holy Bear Woman for you. Between the dreaming and not dreaming, Blue light comes and goes. Cottonwood branches gently break the moonlight. From the shadows, a distant swoosh, thud, swoosh, thud, louder swoosh, louder thud. Then the breathing, heavy, rhythmic breathing, louder, loud, and so large it fills the unseeable spaces. Then it stops, sudden silence. Again, swoosh, thud, nothing. Breathing, rhythmic and heavy, huff, 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 then swoosh, thud, my heart pounds into my ears. This is a bear. My feet, it's at my feet. Huffs become warm, hot, wet breaths, now moving up my ankles. My leg stiffens, water turning to ice. I shiver, I breathe, she breathes. Her breath is powerful, my breath quickens. Her paws thud, my heart pounds. Hot breaths blow across my chest. I cannot open my eyes, I'm terrified. I will myself still. Her breath meets my breath, the stench of something dead, then the sweet fragrance of dark earth after the rain. This air warms and changes. Light rises in the darkness, warm yellows and oranges, light. Muscles in my chest begin to relax. The warm colors swirl through my core. Bear spirit, who are you? She pulls away, her great head retreats. Moonlight reflects off her blue-black fur. Great waves of rolling fur move in the moonlight. Her shoulders rock rhythmically away from me. She swings her powerful head back to look at me. Her wild eyes meet mine. In that moment, I feel the stealth of her being, in the space between knowing and not knowing, between awake and dreaming, between then and now, life and death. The phone rings. It's 3 a.m. A call from the hospital, a nurse at the other end. It's a young woman found in the snowbank, she says. Hypothermic, but still has a faint heartbeat. Breathing on her own, she was left to die. It's January. The snow started to fall earlier in the day, and it's now getting deep and starting to drift. The seat in the car is cold, and I shiver awake. In the ER, the 25-year-old woman lay cold in the trauma bay, the white flannel sheet pulled up to her chin, pallid skin. Frail, thin wrist connected to the IV line. Only the slight rise and fall of her chest indicates life. Last night, she injected heroin and fentanyl. 24 hours later, she was in withdrawal. Body temperature is still below 36 degrees. Sexually assaulted and left in a snowbank by the side of the road. January, snowbank. Working hands stabilize her. The night nurse slid an IV cannula into her arm, replaced her wet clothes with a dry, pale gown, and connected electrodes to her limbs and her chest. Lights on the screen show a slow, steady heartbeat, her breathing deepening as her chest rises and falls on her own power. My chest fills with a deep breath, tension leaves, and I feel again the yellow and orange of the bear's breath. Power, breath, life, please, bear, please. When I examine her, her whole body is cold, legs mottled, like a person exposed to cold for a long time. A roadmap of veins under her pale, dusky skin. Her knees are 2 large black and purple spots. Frostbite was setting in. I look at her face, her cheeks high, shiny and firm, her nose swollen, slightly at the bridge, dark blue and swollen eyelids. There was something familiar to that face, but I had to concentrate on stabilizing her alongside the team. Warm IV fluids and the heated flannel sheet wrapped around her, a first sign of comfort. Warm blankets are medicine. She wakes up, looks around the room, then at me. Her whisper comes from somewhere deep inside, then crawls out of her mouth. Oh my God, how am I still alive? It is not a cry of thanks, but one which begs God to take her, end her misery and give her peace. Not on my watch, the little voice inside me screams, give her a fucking chance, God, give her a fucking chance. She had been raped, no collection of the man who did it, and she won't consent to the sexual assault kit. There is no way to gather evidence, to swab the places which were violated, and to not feel like you are causing another level of violation. I know this. Too many years of working the ER, nobody ever says, thank you, doctor, for doing the sexual assault exam. Nobody. Years of showing up in court to be a witness and to face the predator, and then look at the one empty seat, the most painfully empty seat. I feel the utter futility of believing there is justice for brown women, especially one who is addicted, especially one who faces the shaming of those who do not understand, won't understand the trap of sexual exploitation and label her a prostitute. I understand why women refuse to do the kit, and I feel the defeat, the truth of how justice works and does not work. I return to her bedside, flip the chart, her name. I remember this woman now, a child full of laughter and play. She was a child in my neighborhood, a little spark. Her mother dressed her up in twirly skirts and white shiny shoes with straps and bows. Her curls tied in bows, her brown hair bounced while she ran amongst other children. As a teen, she was a social butterfly. I suppose she never thought twice about jumping in a car full of teens heading out one night to party. The driver did not see the truck turning onto the highway when the collision happened. This woman suffered many injuries, including multiple fractures and a head injury. She was started on opioid painkillers, morphine and Percocet, and went through a long course of physical therapy. She was young, had a brain injury, and her parents were emotionally absent at the time. I saw her a few months ago in the ER. On that visit, she had run out of Percocet and was in a lot of pain. I sat with her and chatted, looking for alternatives. Eventually, the busy and urgent cases and the anguish of watching her in pain led me to order a shot of morphine and send her off with a few Percocet to hold her over until she could see her regular doctor. I had this nagging feeling that this was not what I wanted to do, but I had no time to sit with her and hear her whole story. Had I been given the time, maybe she wouldn't be here now. But she is here. Her life went from a beautiful, playful child to a woman in great despair, wishing her life was over. Between then and now, life and death, anguish and peace. She wakes, her voice has gained strength as she begins to tell me her story. She went from becoming addicted to opioids for her pain, physical and emotional. She described the loss of her dream of holding her own baby, having her own man, having a home of her own. Her doctor stopped her prescription drugs. Her doctor fired her, as he likely saw the many ER reports across his desk. To save himself the shame and the judgment of his peers, he just fired her. And so she turned to the streets for cure, fentanyl. Fentanyl powder snorted up her nose at first and then injected into her veins, then heroin, then any mixture of opioids that she could get. Her body shook, twisted, and bent in withdrawal. She soon found out that the only way to pay for her addiction was to betray herself. The dealer beat her, the drug tugged at her, the memories haunted her, and the systems failed her. Now in the ER, sexually assaulted and left to die in a lonely frozen ditch. For now she is stable, IV line dripping warm fluid and life-saving drugs. Her face is pale, expressionless. Beneath her eyelids there is movement, between knowing and not knowing, between then and now, life and death. I close my eyes and whisper, "Bear Spirit, where are you?" At 5 a.m., she's tucked into a room, sleeping. I leave the hospital. The sky was still dark. I turned my face to the stars so my ancestors could hear me. Why is this happening to our people? How did we get here? Creator, how are we still here? The crunch of my feet on the icy pavement drowned the answer from the stars. Part 2. The next morning, as I sat with my mother sipping coffee, I told her very little, only that it had been a tough night and how our women face such a tough life. My little old mom places a small plate of warm toast in front of me, a gentle kindness without words. The morning question at my parents' table is always in Blackfoot, what was your dream last night? I offer up the visitation of the bear. She listens, rests both elbows on the table and leans in. Your great-great-grandmother was named Holy Bear Woman, Naduchkiayaki. She was one of the few who survived the Baker Massacre. To us, it was known as the Bear Creek Massacre. This happened on a very cold day in January when Naduchkiayaki was about 12 years old, very close to the place we know as Shelby, Montana. I was told that when the U.S. cavalry descended upon the camp of women, children, and old people, the camp of Heavy Runner, a peaceful camp, which had put down their guns and signed an agreement with the U.S. government officials that there would be peace. My mother's hands are large working hands, fingers bent sideways at the last knuckle. Her hands sweep the air and then come together under her chin. Her eyes are dark, brown and soft. Her eyelids, like tents, cast small shadows over her eyes. Her lips purse to signal the tension of her story. This camp was a hunting camp. The buffalo were getting harder to find, so Heavy Runner, a blood, and his camp joined up with Umskapi Pigani, or the Southern Pagans. Most of the men had already left before that morning, moving northeast to the Sweetgrass Hills. On that morning, though, the U.S. cavalry was led by a drunken Major Baker, who was looking for revenge on another camp, the camp of White Owl. White Owl had killed a white settler over one cow and the sexual assault of White Owl's wife. Her hands again animated her story, and now she began to tilt her head and lean in. I begin to imagine what it was like for a 12-year-old girl, Holy Bear Woman, just waking from a cold night, kept warm by the heavy buffalo robes which covered her and her sister. The embers in the fireplace at the center of her teepee still glowing under gray ash. From somewhere in the camp, she heard the calls, "The Caesars are coming. Get up, the Caesars are coming." She jumped up, grabbed her buffalo robe, and ran out to see what the commotion was about. There were many men on horseback, blue jackets with long rifles. The guns were being pulled and drawn and aimed at her. Her mother, her sister, loud bangs ringing from all directions, screams, cries, gunpowder, smoke, flashes of deadly light. The guns started the killing of 173 innocent people. Holy Bear Woman was grabbed by the hand by her mother and sister. They ran into their teepee. Her mother threw both girls on the ground and then pulled them close and shielded them with her body. The last thing she told her daughters was to sneak to the river and hide. When the soldiers left, they were to make their way beside the river to the next camp to get help. Her sister's voice went silent. The soldiers began burning the camps. Then the terrible sound of guns stopped. The cries and screams also stopped. In the horrific space, a ghastly realization that she was alone, alone. Trauma so great that imagination defies the breadth and depth of this horror. Still, she crawled under the back of the tent and then crawled through the snow to Bear Creek. She hid among the reeds and willows until it was safe to start walking. Somehow, with strength, Holy Bear Woman made it. 12 years old, in the dead of this January winter, no mother or father to guide her, her feet wet and cold, her brain filled with the sound of gunfire, screams, and silence. Somehow she survived. What was she thinking? What does a 12-year-old girl think and feel? Did the words leave her lips? How am I still alive, Creator? How am I still alive? My mother pulled back, her hands now resting on her lap, palms up. She was quiet in her breathing, gentle, calming breaths for her and for me. Do you remember your great-grandmother Annie? Images of her came to me as if to soothe the story I had just heard. I remember the long 3-room house, the smell of good things in my great-grandmother's kitchen, bannock covered by a tea cloth sitting on the wood stove, sage and wild mint hanging from a small rope, and Annie, white hair braided and tied in loops. Her face was so peaceful, a gentle smile, her eyes with her hands on her lap, just as my mother was doing now, palms up as if she had just put bread in the oven. Oh yes, I remember her. The trail of Holy Bear Woman was lost between the Bear Creek massacre and when she returned home 20 years later and married Fred Pace, a watchmaker turned entrepreneur, and opened the first trading post, which was named the Standoff Trading Post. I look out my clinic window toward the river and see where this trading post was. Visited archives, search ancestry records. The mystery of how she lived and where she lived between January 1870 and February 1890 compels me to keep searching. I need to find Holy Bear Woman. I'm going to skip some of this and come to the end. Holy Bear Woman, a girl standing outside her teepee, one moment waking from peaceful sleep to the next moment watching the horror overtaking her and her people. One moment a child and the next moment the survivor of a horrific event. A single bugle rang out and time forever changed the innocence of Naduhkyayaki. This trauma is in my blood and in my bones. It runs in the blood of 1,000 descendants of Holy Bear Woman. Doctors, dentists, lawyers, teachers, filmmakers, ranchers, chiefs, leaders, traditional holy people, generations of resilience from the courage of Holy Bear Woman. And it runs in my blood of the woman who sits on, and it runs in the blood of the woman who sits on the brink of life and death. Holy Bear Woman, we are still here, between knowing and not knowing, between life and death. Between dreaming and not dreaming, we are still here. Thank you. I had to read that to give perspective on the trauma that we deal with and why our people are in such a difficult place. So I'm gonna quickly go through the original intent of this presentation, but in 2019, if everybody remembers, was the onset of fentanyl in Canada. And since 2019, we have been dealing with overdose deaths across the country, and First Nations people, of course, are most affected by it, and it hit my tribe one of the first. So I'm just going to move ahead with this. I want to talk about the strength of my community and how important it is to get community involved with solutions. And I know that one of my table mates was talking about, we know the problems, but we have to find the solutions. So here we go. Okay, so this is also like a very long and detailed pathway, but if you see here, what I've done is I've outlined the pathways of addiction and recovery. Sorry, there should be a Y there. So what we recognize is that, you know, the addictions themselves are not, I mean, they are an issue, but they aren't the original issue. It's childhood trauma, and it's the historic trauma that our people have gone through. And that's why our communities are so hard hit with addictions, is how do we deal with that level of trauma that we know has existed for since colonization. The next thing is poverty. So we know that since we were put on reserves, or since we were colonized, federal and provincial legislation in the BNA Act left Indigenous people in this country with very low incomes, or actually were jailed. We were not able to leave our reserves without a pass from the Indian agent. So we couldn't hunt, we couldn't fish in the territories that we know, we couldn't gather the medicines, we couldn't gather the food that we know. and we were stuck on reserve. And what that was replaced with was rations or ration house foods. And those foods are those four things, those four ingredients, flour, salt, sugar, and fat, animal fat, and sometimes rotting animal meat or beef. Those four ingredients were turned from something really terrible into something we all enjoy today, and that's fry bread. So our people have turned something terrible into something delicious, which we all still enjoy. But poverty is one of the main reasons we're in this situation, and I know that most of you have to work within that. Age of first use, when did somebody first start using? When did you first have a drink? When did you first smoke marijuana? When were you first introduced to pills? And how old were you? And how long have you been using? We know that peer pressure is also very, very strong. So in our communities, we see that our young people are starting because of the disconnect between their family members, their elders, their parents, and they hang around mostly with their peers. And whatever is introduced into the peer group is introduced into the community. And I remember my first drink, and it was other kids saying, you know, try this is going to be a lot of fun. And so also the patterns of use develop. And we see that first as binging and then more and more until it's a daily thing, until we start seeing problems. Poor mental health and these issues that I talk about are the primary cause of our addictions. And we've been led into this, and all of our communities have this. I'm not going to go through this whole thing, and I'll let the presentation is available from Tina and Hannah and the people here. So if you want it, just ask her for it because it's very didactic. You probably can just think your way through it. The next thing is, okay, I talked about historic trauma, the trauma of Holy Bear Woman and how that is instilled in me, and how sometimes that anger rises when I know that there's white supremacy, when I know that somebody is trying to say that I'm less than them. And I'll tell you that grind culture that Marcia had talked about is heavily instilled in healthcare workers and physicians, because you go into healthcare because you want to help your people. You go into medicine because you want to help your people. But during that time, you're faced with proving that you can be equal to the physicians around you. In fact, you try to prove that you're better than the physicians around you. And it just pushes that grind culture till you're giving 24/7 to proving that your people can do this just as well as the white doctors that you're working with. Anyway, so historic trauma and the more recent trauma, which most of us have been affected by, I think everyone in one way or another, is affected by adverse childhood events, and probably everyone in this room knows what I'm talking about. And where does this come from? Where was the first introduction of all of these adverse childhood events? Shout it out. Residential school, exactly, residential school. So if you look at the 10 adverse childhood events on the childhood events, adverse events scale, the ACEs scale, there's abuse, and there's physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse. Neglect is physical and emotional neglect, and household dysfunction, mental illness, incarcerated relative, mother treated violently, substance abuse, and divorce. And so how many of us could score pretty high on this ACEs score? So what does that do to a person? How does it affect a person's health? So in our behavior, we see lack of physical activity. We see a high level of smoking. We see a lot of alcoholism, lots of drug use, and believe it or not, missed work. Missed work is one of those behavioral things that we don't even recognize as part of the ACEs score. So how does it affect us physically, and how does it affect our mental health? So we see a lot of severe obesity in our communities. We see a lot of diabetes. We see a lot of depression, suicide attempts, STDs or STIs, heart disease, cancer, stroke, COPD, and broken bones. Those are the result of high scores of ACEs, which is trauma-related, which is handed down from historic trauma to trauma that we all know more recently, and that's residential school. And that's why our communities are affected by, that's why our addictions and mental health levels are so high. It's not because we're genetically predisposed to drinking or taking drugs or anything else. It's a result of the trauma that our communities have suffered. So why are we still all here? Because we also have positive childhood experiences. So I put these down because I thought they would be really helpful. Being able to talk about your feelings to your family. Being able to tell your mother or your father exactly how you feel. Feeling supported by family in difficult times. So a child should be able to feel they can go to somebody when they're having difficulty and not be brushed aside. Participating in community traditions, powwows, tea dances, naming ceremonies, all of that is very important to the mental health of our communities and our children. Feeling as though one belongs in school. And it's very, very hard on children when they feel like they don't belong and there might be bullying going on or there might be something going on at school where they don't feel like they belong, and that begins to affect their mental health. Feeling supported by friends. How many in this room have friends that they had when they were 5 or 6 or 7 years old? Yeah, isn't that good medicine? Yeah. Feeling as though at least 2 non-parent adults truly care. So that's those aunties that we talk about, you know, those grandmothers and those people that are not your parents but people who cared about you, even teachers and people in your daily social circle. Feeling safe and protected by adults at home is so important to our young people. I'm just going to skip this. Okay, so mortality data. This is the mortality data in Alberta on the opioid deaths. So this is fentanyl and non-fentanyl, but opioids. So if you look at this, the blue line is the non-First Nations people. The green line is the First Nations people in Alberta. And it's fairly parallel. These are the people who have died from overdose. So you see that the line is fairly parallel until 2019, and this is in Alberta. Then you see the line spike up, and you see that the death rate has gone up in Alberta, and I would expect that other provinces are very similar to this. So, you know, what are the causes of this? This was before COVID. So what would be some of the causes of seeing our people die at a higher rate than non-Indigenous people? One of them is government policy. In Alberta, they started closing down on harm reduction resources. They closed the safe consumption sites. They made it really difficult to get help. And so what we see is we see a rising death rate in our people. And when I don't work for government anymore, I don't work for Alberta Health Services anymore, but when I was working for government, we did see the changes in the people or the populations that were affected by this. But government wasn't listening to Indigenous people on what they needed to save their populations. So I strongly believe that government policy has a lot to do with the mortality of our people, but also, I forgot the point I was going to make, sorry. But anyway, that is what I think we need to really be paying attention to, is the way our communities work together, the way our communities strategize, and having the governments be responsible for what our people want. Not, and this is colonization, not what the white man thinks is best for you. It's what's best for us, by us, not by what somebody else thinks, because this is a result. This is a result. And the life expectancy, when I first started with Alberta Health Services, was 13 years less than like our First Nations and Indigenous life expectancy was 13 years less in around 2017, 2018. And it spiked or dropped to 18 years less. If that's a marker for how good government is, it should be that our people's health is a priority, but it's not. And you can mark that. The single biggest marker for that is life expectancy, and our life expectancy is getting shorter and shorter. So these are the main drugs that we see in our communities. Of course, alcohol. This is a tracking of how many people have died from these substances of misuse. So the first one is alcohol, which we all are very aware of in our communities. Most of us grew up with that. Most of us, or a lot of us, have direct experience with either being or having an addiction or living with somebody with an addiction. The next one is codeine, and you can see that codeine started really high and it's dropped right off, and that's because the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Alberta recognized that the introduction of opioids through Tylenol 3s, which is codeine, was really high in Indigenous communities. So there was a lot of measures that were taken by the doctors, the licensing of doctors, and so there was less and less prescribing. So you can see the number of deaths due to codeine drops, and that's due to physician policies and protocol. The next one is benzodiazepines. It's also like Xanax and Ativan and Valium and all of that. Those are benzodiazepines. We're starting to see benzodiazepines mixed with fentanyl or with opiates on the street. So just to let you know, that's something that we're seeing. The next one is fentanyl, by far the #1 killer of substances of our people. And it's only gone up. Carfentanil, which we thought would be a problem, hasn't been a huge problem, but of course it is killing people. Methamphetamines is the second highest killer of our people in our communities. And the rest are, and you can see that cocaine's got a little spike there, but we're seeing more crack cocaine in our communities, so that's something to be aware of. So I did a wheel called a Continuum of Care, and I mapped all of the resources in the province of Alberta, whether they be federal or whether they be provincial resources, federal resources, or tribal resources, or Indigenous-led resources. This is no longer applicable because the province of Alberta has really made some changes. But the continuum of care is something that we need to pay attention to, because we need to build a continuum of care for addictions and mental health in our communities, and this is how we do it. Okay, draw yourself a wheel, and at the very top of the wheel at 12 o'clock is where we start. The first thing we need to do is prevention. We need to be working at prevention in our communities, and because we're so busy chasing the crisis, we haven't been able to really get to prevention. We need to be working in our schools, our recreation areas, everywhere that we can work with children and young people. We need to start the prevention because we got to get ahead of it. The second one is the first response or harm reduction. So there shouldn't be controversy anymore about harm reduction in our communities. Harm reduction is something that actually our grandmothers did traditionally by telling you, don't go out at night to this place because there's probably skunks out there, or there's probably, danger. And so that basically is harm reduction. Don't do this if or don't climb on the cupboards because you're going to fall off. That's harm reduction. So we're just extending what we do traditionally, and that's to decrease the harm to our people. So the introduction of naloxone is very important, and people using and learning how to use naloxone in our communities. If you don't have naloxone, which you should have access to, if you don't, people should learn CPR. That is a base for saving lives, and a lot of our EMS and fire people can go into community and teach CPR because it will save lives. That's part of harm reduction. The next thing is outpatient care. So we instituted, just a quick story about naloxone. So we were the first reserve in Canada to start the use of naloxone on reserve, and there was a lot of discussion about it. You know, we shouldn't do it because we're only enabling addicts to continue to use. And there was a little old lady that stood up and she said, if I had naloxone for my 13-year-old granddaughter who overdosed and the ambulance couldn't make it, if I could save my granddaughter's life, I would. And so many people started to listen to that and think, okay, we can save the lives of our own people. So one of the guys who worked for NIHB, his name was Hakik Virani, he came to some of our community meetings, and the key to all of this is community meetings. Meet. Have food, have coffee, bring your people to the table, listen to them. Even if they sound like they've got a really stupid idea, listen to them with respect. So Hakik from NIHB came, and a couple of other people from NIHB came, and we said, we want to distribute naloxone kits on the reserve, and we want to teach people how to use it. And so at the time, there was no legislation on lay people, that's people who are not trained in medicine or nursing or anything, to use naloxone. And, but we didn't think about the legalities of it because we had to get it out there. So Hakik and his crew, they put together 50 kits, and the first kits we got were those little lunch boxes, see-through pink lunch boxes that our kids take to school. But inside of them, they had 2 vials of naloxone, the needles, the tourniquet, the mouthpieces in case you had to do CPR. And these were sent, they were the very first kits that we got, very rudimentary, but we used them. And Hakik got fired. He got fired by the federal government because there was no policies on letting lay people use naloxone. So our chief wrote a letter, he got his job back, and 10 years later, naloxone is used all across the country. Every community should have naloxone. So anyway, that's the story about naloxone. And so what we've done in this continuum of care is we've developed clinics on reserve. Our clinic in Standoff prescribes Suboxone and Methadone. We have an in-house counselor that does the counseling for people with addictions. We have close connections to other community entities that we need to work with. The next thing we did was, I'm gonna skip all the way to the bottom there, is detox. And so many people who are on reserve recognize that the federal government says that detox is not its mandate, so it doesn't fund detox on reserve. And the provincial government says, well, the reserve is not our problem, it's not under our mandate either, even though detoxes are under the provincial mandate. So we were stuck between a rock and a hard place because we knew we needed detox on the reserve. So we went to the government, and at that time we had an NDP government, and Sarah Hoffman, the Minister of Health at the time, said, what do you need? And I said, Sarah, nobody is sticking their neck out to fund detox on reserve. And then she said, how much do you need? So we got 2.2 million for the very first detox on reserve. We broke that jurisdictional barrier so that you know there is now, what do you call it? We set the precedent. You can say there's a reserve in Alberta that gets money from the provincial government for their detox. How come your provincial government can't pay for detox on my reserve? There you go. So detox can happen. You have to get your leadership involved in pushing government to fund detox. And it is very important at this time because those drugs that we talked about are not easy to withdraw from without the help of others. Treatment, we're changing our treatment modalities. We're seeing a lot of changes in treatment on reserve and in community. So it's not just a 12-step program that you go to and you have to sober up and follow all of that. It's a program which includes, our program should include our own values, our own methods, our own medicine. And one of them that's becoming very successful is land-based treatment. And people are finding out that it isn't just, you know, a visit to the forest, but it's us connecting with the land that we were disconnected from. And so we need to do land-based treatment. We need to bring our kids out there. We need to connect with what the Creator has given us. Aftercare, we also have aftercare on the reserve. We turned a minimum security prison into an aftercare facility that's funded through justice. So instead of making people prisoners, we opened it up to people who had addictions and they needed further care. Because we know the treatment programs that we have, which might be 41-day programs, maybe 3-month programs at the most, are not long enough to help people feel safe. And then supportive housing, which we're working on. I know I'm running over time here, but supportive housing, I work also with the homeless in Lethbridge. I have a clinic, or I do a clinic with the homeless in Lethbridge, and I work with a fellow named Luke Sanders, who's a psychologist, a licensed psychologist. And one of the biggest problems that people have who are houseless is they have no income. And so how do you get them income? The temporary income is provincial social security or welfare. And then they need to get on a disability or a sustainable income. So Luke started testing the individuals that we were trying to get on AISH in Alberta. It's called AISH. And lo and behold, we were starting to find out that a lot of the people that were living unhoused also had IQ levels of 70 or less, which we weren't expecting. And I don't think that they started out that way. I think that sleeping or not sleeping safe, maybe sometimes they sleep rough, which is 2 hours a night. They probably eat, you know, half of the, not even that, of the nutrition that they need to get through the day. So people that are unhoused they're not sleeping, they're not safe, they're not eating, and it does affect their mental health. It affects their cognition. It affects how they can think. So I think that the answer to this is supportive housing. We can't expect to give them a key for an apartment and expect them to live fine because they've lost a lot of those skills. So we need to support them in their housing. And it doesn't have to be a 3-bedroom bungalow. It can be a tiny home. It can be something where people are supported in their care, because we can't just give them the key to open the door and walk in. So, and the next thing is community supports and social determinants, and those are all dependent on your housing, economic development, income levels, and all of that in your communities. Those need to also be addressed in order to support our people with addictions. And lastly, people need to recognize that it does take a village. It takes us changing our minds about addiction and how we treat people with addiction. That shame doesn't help them. The anger that we direct towards them doesn't help them. We need to recognize that they have an illness and that we need to help them through that. So we need to develop a strategy. Anyway, I know I've gone over time. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you so much. Don't leave yet, because we want to give people a chance to ask you a few questions. Or if anyone has any questions for Esther or comments, I want to say thank you so much for sharing your story. And I mean, I see a hand up back there. But where can we hear more? Are you writing a book or something? Oh, yeah. I cannot wait.
Holy Bear Woman is a chapter in the book that I'm writing. So, yeah, hopefully be done in a year, maybe be out in a year and a half. I'm working with Katharina Vermette on that
Amazing.
book. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
So
I can't believe it either. She's so great.
You're such a talented writer. I cannot wait to read more. I really cannot. Okay, I think we have a question back there.
Hello. My name is Audette Fabian. I'm from the Northwest Territories, Katlo-Dache First Nation. So back in the 90s, my home community built a treatment center, and the funding was predicated on counselors going to BC for training for 6 to 12 months. And then when they came back, the government changed the requirements that you needed to have a medical background in order to stop the funding for the treatment center. So detox on the reserve wasn't able to get started, but we did have an aftercare program that follows a lot along the same lines as you did, because we would send people down to Alberta for treatment. But the failure part was that every time they would go back to their home community, they would have no safety net or network in order to help maintain that sobriety. So the treatment center, I'm pretty sure, is burned down since then, forest fires. But my community was like nearly destroyed by forest fires last year. But like a lot of the practices we learned from building the treatment center actually went into the 5-year treatment plan I helped write, or that I wrote for my home community in 2014, which follows the same like lines of thinking, that health, wellness, mental health, as well as like return to culture and return to language is a community-based approach.
Yeah.
So it was
So
kind of like
familiar.
watching somebody else copy my homework. No, I really enjoyed everything that I saw here, and it's everything that I did in my early 20s in like my home nation, and I'm so glad that it's like a sanity check. I'm glad I wasn't talking nonsense when I was fighting with my chief and counsel.
Well, thank you for doing that. Yeah, I think, as a, and I think we're going to talk about this later, I know I have to hurry, is Western thinking is, that there isn't anything spiritual about it. But I think that there's some serendipity in this room, some auspiciousness in this room, and there are ideas that float and people get them, but it's not that we speak to each other, but somehow we connect. And somehow things happen elsewhere along the same lines, and I guess we call it the creator or the universe, but it's there.
It's called having empathy and compassion for your community members. I mean, like one thing that we identified was that the biggest boundary or the biggest like obstacle we kept encountering was the government itself dictating what we can and can't do with their funding, their money, and we just, part of sovereignty is determining what your own patients as well as your own community members need. Like a doctor in a town or a city over isn't going to look at like the root causes of this person's wellness and tackle those. They're going to just like prescribe treatment plans or prescribe like drugs or antidepressants and like treat none of the underlying problems. So Home Nation has to develop their own, like the whole role of a coordinator is that it's you. Like there are no experts, there's no one else. You have to be able to do the work, and you have to do that work for your own people. A stranger a city over may have the education for it, but they don't have the experience or the background to know what your community needs or the different structures that are in place to keep your community like in pain and suffering, as well as having a lack of resources. Building capacity has to come from home, has to come from you.
Yeah, and I think that, and that's so very true. I think that we need to be confident in what we need to instill in our recovery programs, and what our communities know works. Talk to people who have recovered. I talk to a lot of people that have recovered from alcoholism or are living a sober life. What are those switches? What are those things that help them to move along that pathway into recovery? And the biggest thing is love. All of them had somebody that loved them. I'll end with that.
I think we have time for one more question, but we are going to be able to hear a bit more from Esther, Dr. Tailfeathers, a bit more. But I think there was one more question right there. I see it.
Hi, I just want to say thank you so much. I have come from working in like a harm reduction environment, and I think like something I struggle with sometimes, and not to be disrespectful, but is that sometimes when people, like I was always taught that like access to like spirituality, access to culture, access to ceremony is healing. And like I've worked with community members who have been like on the same corner since they were 12. They're not able to be 4 days sober. And we had a very lovely elder who passed at the end of last year, a Mi'kmaq elder. Her name was Wanda Whitebird, and she always taught that harm reduction is the practice of unconditional love. And I think sometimes like going into different community spaces, like I can struggle with that because everyone has different teachings, and I never really want to like tell someone to like to smudge or not to smudge if they need it, you know. And I just wanted to know what your reflections are on that, and thank you so much.
Yeah, I think in our community discussions when we first started having deaths in our community, you know, there were a lot of elders or a lot of people of that generation who had been raised in abstinence-based thinking, and the 12-step program or the Red Road or those things which require total abstinence, without thinking about the difficulty that these substances that our people are addicted to, how difficult it is to break free from that, or, you know, to actually get through the first 72 hours of withdrawal. And so I think that, number one, the deaths that we had in the community, and then the lives that were saved after we started harm reduction, was proof that harm reduction saves lives. Number one, you can't send anybody to abstinence-based treatment if they're dead, right? So we have to be able to embrace new thinking. The place that we're at now in terms of where our trauma has taken us, where our poverty has taken us, where government legislation has taken us, is much, much farther than when we were not colonized, and we had all of those tools that helped us to keep healthy and in harmony. But right now we're dealing with a spectrum of very, very difficult substances and addiction diagnoses, which the medical field sees as illness. And I think that we can't do one without the other. I think we have to embrace where people are when they want to connect with their traditional roots, but we also need to let people know that they're not going to survive if they're not helped. Like diabetics have to have insulin, and we've accepted that people have to have their insulin to live. And same with people with those kind of addictions. They have to have Suboxone or they have to have methadone to live. And that's just the acceptance of both practices in one to help the person.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I
you.
really appreciate it. Thank you. I am just feeling so, honestly, like blessed to be here to hear from all of these incredible people who are these examples of what it, like love and community and inspiration. And so I'm just so thrilled. Thank you so much, Dr. Tailfeathers. That was incredible, and I cannot wait to read the book for sure. We're going to take, I think, a 10-minute break, and just maybe a quick 10 minutes. So we have a couple of refreshments in the foyer again and snacks, so help yourself and just take a moment to recharge. And then we're going to come back and we're going to hear from our panel of experts and a chance for more conversation and more learning. So I'm looking forward to that. Thanks, everyone.
Please be seated. The program will begin shortly. Please join me in welcoming our MC for the conference, Connie Walker.
Thank you. Hope you all got a cup of coffee or tea and can get settled for the next session. We're so lucky and honored to welcome an incredible group of healthcare providers who have dedicated their careers to improving Indigenous health and advocating for equity in healthcare. Each of them brings a wealth of knowledge, as we've experienced today, experience, and also a deep commitment to addressing the unique challenges faced by our communities. You've already heard from 3 of the physicians today, and 1 will take the stage tomorrow. So please join me in welcoming back Dr. Maria Anderson, Dr. Esther Tailfeathers, and Dr. Ian Anderson. And joining them is Dr. James Makokis. And to facilitate this panel, please welcome back Acting Executive Director of Anishinaabe Health Toronto, Michael Milward.
Actually should be here shortly, Dr. Ian Anderson, but we can start without him. Okay. So as everyone here knows, this conference is to begin a dialogue of what it means to have an Indigenous service model for mental health as well as healthcare in general. In this fireside chat, I'm wondering if you would draw from your personal experiences and then share those stories in response to the questions we will be discussing today. Let's talk about your distinguished service to the Indigenous community where you live or work. Can you share for us the challenges of being a physician in the Indigenous community? Maybe I'll ask Marcia.
So, in the range of work that I've done, I spend a lot of my time in urban Indigenous community environments. And so I mentioned earlier some of the work that I do with Ganiganichik. Also on Gamazin, which is our institute in the university, we deploy health services to many First Nations communities in Manitoba, as well as to the Kivalliq region of Nunavut. And during the pandemic specifically, my role was in public health for First Nations people, both on and off reserve. I think many of us are familiar with the challenges of working in a system that wasn't built or didn't have the goal of providing equitable, high-quality care to our relatives. That the founding paradigm of Indigenous healthcare is quite different, right? And one of the references I like to come back to is Percy Moore, who was the architect of Indian healthcare, who wrote an article in the Canadian Journal of Public Health in which he said the reasons to design an Indian healthcare system was for humanitarian reasons, for self-protection, i.e. protection of government employees, and to protect white people. Through colonization, they created conditions that led to epidemics of tuberculosis and other infectious diseases. And so they reframed it entirely as us being a threat to their health, right? And so a lot of the challenges of being an Indigenous physician, for me, working in these environments are rooted in that, of trying to shift this founding paradigm into a paradigm that fully respects our equitable right to the highest attainable standard of health. And then at a personal, kind of emotional, spiritual level, I think a big challenge is it feels so uphill and overwhelming sometimes. I think one of the things that's been important to me is to understand myself as being in the middle of 7 generations. And I think about, the ancestors and the elders and the earlier Indigenous docs who started, the path of work that I'm on. And I think about the people who will come after me. And I try to focus on what my piece of the work is for my lifetime. And that helps me not get too overwhelmed by the fact that we're not gonna fix everything for everyone during the course of my career. I think when we're serving our communities, we're serving our relatives, right? And whether they're direct blood related or not, my relationship to them is as people I love, as relatives. And so when they get hurt by the healthcare system that I'm part of, or they're suffering, I feel anger and grief and, well, even deep rage sometimes. And so again, personally, part of the challenge is sitting with those feelings and be able to keep showing up in a way that's aligned with my own ethics and values. And then I just think the last thing that I'll say, and I really appreciated Ian earlier reminding me I didn't leave public health, I've just reimagined what public health is for me. Because working in this system as the person I am means I'm constantly pushing against, the walls of the box, so to speak. I'm constantly trying to redefine what is possible for me to do and for us to collectively do and for us to collectively have when we think about the best healthcare possible that we would want for our families and our communities.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I have a similar question for James Makokis. As many of us know, Dr. Makokis has done amazing work with the LGBTQ2+ community. I'm wondering if, James, if you could share with us the systemic challenges you have faced in serving that community.
Sure. So tan se tatam skat na wao ka kion tu temte ke gua na wago magante ki ho ka papimote te gua mestigwaski na pesas no yuin. Onix kuponi kochenia e maskiki winiuyan kinokamase ke gua ameskuchi waskaiganek. It's good to be here with you all. I'm James Makokis from the Satellite Cree Nation. I just want to give a little background because I haven't talked yet. I am Nehio, Plains Cree, from my own community where I grew up. And I've practiced as a physician for 13 years now. and then been in healthcare before that. And I've practiced only in Indigenous communities, primarily on reserve. And I also have a transgender or gender diverse focused practice in South Edmonton for like about the past 9 years. And so this is a big question because when we think about specifically the Two-Spirit or queer Indigenous community, there's layers of oppression that are not only just Indigenous, but adding the intersectionality of being a queer Indigenous person with external and internal pressures. So within our communities, there's internal pressures layered with homophobia and transphobia from colonization that some people have bought into to think that queer Indigenous people have never existed, and that this is something new with the colonizers that's made up and is extremely problematic. And this is not only tied to homophobia and transphobia, but it's tied to misogyny as well, and the oppression of women as matriarchs within our community and decision makers and all of those things. So there's that within our own community that I think we have to deal with and unpack. And I'll talk about that in the ceremonial context tomorrow in my talk about how we're revitalizing our own health system as Nehiawak people and creating safe and inclusive spaces for Two-Spirit and trans people. Now the second part is external challenges, and I live in Alberta. I don't say that I'm an Albertan because I really was raised by our elders to think about our nationhood and sovereignty as Indigenous people. So I'm first and foremost a Nehio, citizen of my own Cree nation, and Alberta just happens to be, you know, in our jurisdiction and territory. So in this area where they are actively creating anti-trans laws that look to make it challenging for our gender diverse and trans relatives to exist, again, we have to look at that from a couple perspectives. One is this is a violation of our treaty, which is a peace and friendship treaty for our non-Indigenous relatives to live here, which they consistently forget. And the second part is this is a violation of our medicine chest clause, specific to Treaty 6, where I'm from, that is the foundation for universal healthcare system in this country that includes our people having access to transition-related pharmaceuticals, supplies, procedures, and health professionals. So if I think from that perspective right now politically, where it could be potentially illegal for me to practice gender-affirming care to members of our nation that have always existed, I have to look at that from two perspectives. One is a rights-based perspective, which is our treaty rights and human rights, and also from the legality perspective of if I continue to do this in the face of, you know, Albertan law, which is the Little Crown, which has no jurisdiction on our reserves, will the College of Physicians sanction my practice? And so from a sovereignty perspective, I would say from that nationhood thinking that our elders teach us to think by, that of course I'm going to continue to practice and serve our transgender and gender affirming provide gender affirming care, because our Two-Spirit and queer relatives have always existed, and this is another level of dehumanization within colonial violence, and that when we think about colonial health systems, they're inherently rooted in violence and erasure. And we see this across the world, especially with queer people, especially with trans people. We've seen this before with Hitler and what happened to gay people and queer people. And so we have to remember that as Indigenous people, we always have to resist. And resistance does not mean compliance. Resistance to colonization is not a polite thing to do. And resistance often means that we have to not only put ourselves on the line, but that we have to do what's right according to our morals, conscience, and ethics for our nation and our people.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention before we carry on here that several of you have already told me that you do have questions for the panel. So at the end of the discussion here, we'll open it to the floor to share your questions. I'm wondering if we can speak about integrating traditional healing practices with Western healthcare practices. Would you speak to the challenges of bringing ceremony into mainstream spaces? Sure, if anybody that would like to speak, please.
Does it work? It kind of has to. I'm diabetic. I have a particular form of diabetes which you get very young. As endocrinologists often say, I'm at the end of my diabetic career. I've started to get retinal blindness. I need my drugs because they are the only things that are going to protect me from here on in. But I also need more than that. I need to have recognition that I'm a spiritual person, that my spiritual self does not come from a church, or some people it does. My spirituality comes from the land and the history. And so we need both. And the challenge is to find out how to do that respectfully. And there are, fortunately, a growing number of Aboriginal doctors. So when I graduated, there was one Aboriginal doctor in Australian history. There are a lot more now. And one of the people I went to med school with was in my first year, and we never knew each other until after we graduated. He's now a child psychiatrist. He's an Aboriginal child psychiatrist, and he alone is reintroducing traditional practices into his child psychiatric work. That is so meaningful, particularly since many of the young people he works with have never understood, have never had any benefit of even understanding who they are, let alone what their tradition is. So I think there are profound ways to do things together. And then sometimes I just need a surgeon, yeah? I don't need anyone else in the surgical room when I'm there, but I need that surgeon to do their job well in order for me to go on and heal. So, Martin and I were just talking about Pacific Region Indigenous Doctors Congress, where we met in Hawaii sometime around 2004. That was a group of Aboriginal physicians from Australia, New Zealand, Hawaii, America and Canada. And we got together because we needed someone who understood us. What we didn't do so well then is actually bring traditional healers into our space. What we're doing now is doing just that, because there's only, we call it two-way medicine, yeah, in Australia. Traditional medicine plus Western medicine. And it's only now that we have forgotten the shame that we took into our early medical training. Like, the only proper doctor is a doctor who prescribes drugs. But actually, we have an older form of medical system care that is even more profound. And in today's world, with the damage of, what do you call it? The grind, it is grind culture. You need more than the older healing practice. You also need medical, biomedical practice.
I have a question for Dr. Tailfeathers. So in the spirit of storytelling, I'm wondering if you would draw from your personal experience where you were able to integrate traditional and Western practices in the work you do?
Thank you for that question. Since I was born and raised on the Blood Reserve and, grew up at the knee of my grandmother and others, I didn't realize actually how lucky I was. We attended Sundance every year, and it is my way of life. And so when, I think there's kind of a flip-flop in terms of when Indigenous physicians go to get their education as Western physicians. We learn a lot of things that we have to de-learn once you start practicing, and recognizing what's in your heart and how you've been raised. I really enjoy my practice. It's like reading 10 books a day when a patient comes in, tells you their story, and I'm sitting back just being the listener. And every now and then I can interject and say, okay, I think you got a hernia. This is how we fix it, but go on with your story, because it's so important to listen. As being part of storytelling culture, there needs to be a listener too. It doesn't have to be always a storyteller. So part of my role in healing is to be the listener and to hear others tell their story. And so I think, to me, it just kind of came natural because I grew up with so many storytellers. My dad was a really funny storyteller, and so you kind of grow up as that being part of your medicine. Storytelling is so important, and understanding, understanding the reason for the story. So very quickly, the story behind the Sundance, or our Sundance, is about a guy named Scarface. And he does this whole journey of, he has this whole journey where he has to go to the land of the sun and the moon to ask the sun to remove the scar off his face so that he can marry this beautiful woman that he intended to marry. And if you listen to the story, it's beautiful about all of the animals he comes across and the lessons those animals teach him, and the hardship of each of those areas. He has to cross a gorge, he has to cross a river, he has to go without food, he has to do all these things in the story. And at the end of the story, the sun blesses him and takes the scar off his face and gives him the prayers and the ceremony to bring back to his people. And that's how we got the Sundance. But when you think about the story itself, how many of us carry scars and want to hear that our internal ceremonial story is all about healing? That's what that story is about. So I think the value of story is, to me, it's getting more and more important to listen. Thanks.
Dr. Marcia Anderson, I have a question for you. When we speak of holistic health and healing, why is mental health so important?
I feel like there's a lot of people in this room who probably have really good answers about this question, or to this question as well. When I think about what causes people to suffer, even in my clinic, right? So in my clinical practice, I do mostly cardiology, so I see people with different kinds of heart problems, sometimes valve problems that need surgery. I don't do the surgery. I would throw up if I was ever in an OR again. Or rhythm problems, or angina, or they've had heart attacks, and those are the kind of things, the kind of medical issues that they deal with. But what causes most of their suffering is their emotional reaction to those medical issues. And of course, the emotional life course experiences on our mental health don't just impact our mental health, they also impact our physical bodies. And so plenty of evidence around how experiences of trauma actually increase the risk for heart disease too. They're inextricably linked, right? And there's one patient who's coming to mind right now who was a First Nations man who is a 60 scoop survivor. I saw him a number of years ago, and he was having fairly typical sounding chest pain, but chest pain from angina and chest pain from anxiety or stress is virtually impossible to tell apart, right? Without a lot of talking and some testing and things like that. And I ordered some tests and we went through it, and he didn't have coronary artery disease. So we talked about what else might be causing his chest pain. And what he told me, which it was kind of like the proud mom moment I shared before, in that it was a really proud doctor moment for me. What he told me was about the shame he still felt from experiencing sexual violence as a children, and how that shame kept him from picking up and carrying the pipe he'd been gifted to take, right? That was the cause of his unwellness, right? And obviously that's also more than mental health. That's also related to his spiritual health as well. And when I think about those questions about integrating traditional and Western practices, I'm going to do like a little diversion and then come back to this. There was one time when I was traveling to chair a meeting, and I had gone to the airport from my clinic, and I was carrying a small bundle as well with me that I wanted to have with me for the meeting I was facilitating. And when I got into the hotel room and I was unpacking, without really thinking about it, I had taken my stethoscope out of my backpack, as well as this small bundle, and put them together and on the desk. And something hit me in that moment, and so I took a picture the way I often do when I want to have a visual memory of a moment. Because what I realized in that moment is we're often taught about these as binaries, like as the either or as tensions within ourselves or within our institutions. But for me, part of the beautiful part about being a Korean Anishinaabe physician is these aren't dueling tensions within me, they're both part of me. Like, it's less of a binary and more of duality is how I see it. And it was my kind of grounding in teachings, my ceremonial connections, my commitment to understanding our history that made me a safe physician in that moment for that man to forget talking about me as a cardiologist and talk about the work he needs to do to be able to carry his pipe. So.
So I'd like to shift gears just a little bit. I'm wondering if we can talk about mental health in the Indigenous community from a historical perspective. Do you think mental health issues were as acute as they are now prior to the arrival of the colonists? I'm certain Dr. Makokis has much to say.
I kind of want to answer the other question. I mean, this is an important. Okay, I'll get into that one. So, I think we're all trained as Indigenous people who grow up in our communities, whatever helping profession that we're in, by our families, elders, and parents to be like, go out and get an education and come back and help your people. And that's really altruistic. And that's also really difficult. And that's also a lot of responsibility. And also that's a trauma response too, that to go in and like having to like try to fix everything. And inherently when that happens, you burn out. And I'll talk about this again tomorrow in Indigenous thinking and Cree or Indigenous thinking. They're completely different, and it's important to know in the language as well. So, the word for hospital is aksugomik, which is the sick building, like a hospital. Whereas there's in any one of our lodges, it's all about life. It's about life, miopamatsuin, the good life. You can break down the word for water, nipi, which is my life. It gives me life. So if we think about all of our chichikeona, our ceremonies, Everything is about life, and everything is about the next generation, and everything is based in our natural laws, which is love, kindness, respect, and all those things. So the practice of Western medicine is about sickness, it's about power, and it's about control. And the practice of our own Indigenous medicines is about training the next generation, ensuring that every single one of our nation members is well, including mental wellness, and that there's the capacity to persevere throughout everything, which means that we're training the next generation of healers and medicinal practitioners and all of those things. So my training in Western medicine was very violent, to the point, I've talked about this a lot, like my first day of residency, I was delivering babies, wanted to be a doctor since the age of 3, and going in to deliver the baby, like the nurse pulled on my braid to stop me from going in. Like, that's the level of violence when I talk about the Western medicine system, and it's not changed. So when we look at our colleagues like Dr. Marlon Cook, who's one of the first First Nations physicians in this country, her daughter is now a physician, a resident, and this is the first time in our history as like professionals, physicians that are, first generations of physicians are now having children who are going into medicine. That violence still continues, that racism still continues, and that's what our people die in. So with our own health systems, which is opposite to that, I always think it's like, when I first started out, we're on this committee, and like, we're gonna do this in the healthcare system, and like smudging, and like letting, getting people to reclaim their organs so they don't have to like try sneak out their placentas, and like bring in medicines into the hospital. Our elders don't have to hide anymore. All of that stuff still happens. And it's problematic because when we rely on the Western medical system to try to save us, it's not going to happen. And we just did a workshop to leaders at the Alberta College of Family Medicine conference in Banff, and these are all senior physicians, and we asked them, what is the Indigenous health system? What is your participation, and how have you participated in the Indigenous health system? These are like former chairs of departments of family medicine, and they couldn't answer the question. Their answers were like, well, your rights were granted by the Indian Act in 1876, or whatever, or, there's higher rates of diabetes and mental health. I'm like, that's sickness, which was caused by colonization, but what about before that? And so that's where I think it's important for us as Indigenous physicians who work in our communities and understand them, that Indigenous health is experiential. You can't talk about it in a conference. You can't lecture about it. You have to participate in it. And that's what I focus my efforts on now, is those small groups of like really good non-Indigenous ally clinicians who have good hearts, there are some of them, that inviting them to our own health systems in a respectful way. So last year, for the first time at the Canadian Association of Emergency Physicians conference in Saskatoon, we had them build a sweat lodge. And they were given continuing medical education credit. And this was the first time I think that practicing clinicians have ever got credit for participating in a ceremony, which I think is awesome. And inherently in their participating in this ceremony, they saw the barriers that we face as Indigenous people to participating in our own health system. So, the head of emergency medicine in Saskatchewan was this old white guy, and he's like, where are we gonna get the willows? And I'm like, you go find the willows. You go, like, you're inviting us here, you go look for them. Like, and, I'm like, they need to be 10 to 12 feet long, 3 inches in diameter, they look like this, and he's like, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm like, well, I didn't wanna go as a brown nehio with braids in Saskatchewan where Colton Bushi was murdered, and, like, the white guy who killed him, like, wasn't even charged with manslaughter. You go feel what it's like for us to go pick our medicines in our own lands and territories. And the barriers to that. And so that's how I use my voice as, a Nehio Maskiki Wino who our elders, I'm so fortunate to have trained with our elders and to privilege what they do. And on a practical level, in our own clinics on reserve, what I have done is I've partnered with traditional medicine practitioners, and because they're not compensated by the federal government to do their jobs in our communities, they're not paid, although NIHB will pay people to travel to them, I have paid them. So what I've done from an equity perspective is go to do a home visit with a patient who agrees to see them, and I've split my home visit fee with them so that they're compensated. And so that's not a sustainable solution. Thank you. But those are the things that we need to look at within our community, is how are we compensating our own healers to do what they need to do within this sickness-based system that essentially buffers our people when they're in this violence-centered health system, because I know that's what's helped me through not only medical school training, but through my life. And that is where I'm focusing my efforts, is with our own people, rebuilding our own health systems. And I've literally given up on the colonial medicine system because from my perspective, it will never change.
Dr. Anderson, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I think two things. Western medicine is probably 150 years old. Yeah? Before the Western Enlightenment, it was actually much closer to being a holistic system, which allowed spirituality, allowed all the things we're talking about, not in the same way, but was more connected, more holistic. The Enlightenment rethought medicine to be a technology, a discipline of technology. When I was, it just reminded me of when I was teaching medical students, we stopped trying to teach them about Aboriginal health. We wanted them to learn about themselves, almost the same, know yourself. So we took maybe 30 medical students, which would be in today's terms allies, to a place called Bambuk in the Grampians. Probably Victoria's not remote, Bambuk is, yeah. And we spent a whole weekend helping them understand their history. And at the end of it, I remember this young woman crying and saying, I never knew I had a history. So it's quite profound when we stop, because medical education, particularly Aboriginal health, just becomes data that gets attached to a whole bunch of stereotypes. It's actually more profound to teach them they have a history. They have this woman said, I didn't think I had culture. Fuck. Everyone has a culture. Everyone has spirituality. So there is a real power in actually stopping trying to teach people. Data has a place, but even data gets misunderstood, and actually enable them to see who they are and who their ancestors were.
I wanted to share a little bit of a story again about one of my conversations that I had with Joe Hester. And we were discussing developing a service model, an Indigenous service model for mental health. And something Joe had shared with me is one of the healers mentioned an experience they had with their clients who was suffering from mental illness. And some of the comments from the healer were that they didn't know how to respond. They didn't know how to interact with the client. And Joe and I were talking about that because we kind of realized that maybe that was so because mental health issues are relatively new to our community. They seem to arrive along with the colonists when they arrived here as well. And so my next question is, you know, some folks in our community do share that belief that some of the mental health issues that we encounter in our community were brought upon us by colonists, really. And my question for the group here is, if you share this belief, do you think this is part of the challenge of defining a traditional Indigenous service model for mental health and healthcare in general as well? Marcia, I'm wondering if you'd be willing to speak to that.
So I will not pretend to know what mental health of our ancestors was like prior to colonization. If I had to guess, I would guess there were probably some people with different forms of mental health distress at different times. But I kind of think about it the way I think about an infectious disease like tuberculosis, which is, yeah, maybe it was here a bit before colonization, but colonization created conditions in which it's gotten much worse, we're disproportionately impacted, and we kind of get blamed for having them, you know? So for sure, colonization and structural racism impact the mental health of our relatives across Turtle Island. I have a few thoughts about what does this mean for how we deliver service, and can traditional models respond if this is a new or an epidemically, colonially created condition. And you know, the first response that I had to that when you were reading the question is that our traditional healing systems were always evolving and innovative and responsive to the contexts, right? And you know, when I listen to James speak, and I have, you know, the opportunity to kind of see over the years how he is practiced, I think that is like a continuing evolution responsive to the context that's very grounded in traditional teachings and ways of knowing. Several years back, maybe in around 2013 or 2014, Kukum Leslie Spillett had asked me to come start working with Ganiganichek because they had received this Public Health Agency of Canada grant to try to make sexual health services in mainstream clinics more culturally safe. And we tried really hard, and it was not successful. We actually couldn't do it, to the point that we gave up on the project. And I think, you know, similar to James, I question how much change can happen in non-Indigenous led healthcare systems to better serve us and our relatives. And instead, because that was at a time when we were seeing both syphilis and HIV rates rise exponentially, particularly among very marginalized Indigenous women who were not connected to much in the way of services, heavily marginalized, inadequate housing, a fair bit of drug use and survival sex work. And what we decided was, we're not going to waste any more of our energy trying to make mainstream services more culturally safe. We would start with a place of cultural grounding, cultural safety in an Indigenous-led organization, and then put the clinical services for people to decide to access using their own agency and on their own terms in there. And so when I think about that question of, you know, how could an Indigenous service model for mental health look, that is where I see the answer, that, you know, there is still work, and I work in mainstream institutions, and when the elders we work with beam and talk about how happy they are they can do ceremony in that space, that makes me happy, and that makes me know that that work was valuable. And also, it doesn't have to only be there, many different arenas. And I firmly believe that the way we will serve our communities best is if the architecture, the foundation, is grounded with our knowledge keepers, traditional healing, traditional teachings, and then we kind of pick and choose from which Western healthcare services will supplement that, and that we fully respect people's agency to decide how or when they engage with it.
Thank you. I have one more question for Dr. Makokis. So 4 or 5 years ago, I was at a conference in Little Current, and you were one of the speakers at the conference. And the one thing I remember about you is you were very humble.
I had less white hair.
Oh. In your speech, you were very humble in acknowledging that you were learning your language. And much of what you had to say was in your own language. And I thought it was amazing to hear you speak in your language. I wanted to ask how reclaiming your language has impacted yourself in terms of your own health and well-being.
Sure, thank you so much for that. You know, I think as Indigenous peoples, there's a lot of responsibility and stresses and pressure on us every single day, not only to survive in this world, which could be racist and all those things to us on a daily basis, but the pressure of like, oh, like our elders are getting older, we have to learn everything, to learn the medicines, learn the songs, ceremonies, and language, and all of that stuff. And I think of that from like a privileged perspective too, of like my white colleagues who were like, okay, I'm gonna go down to Provincetown and, you know, have a vacation and then go shopping on the Upper East Side. And, you know, like, you know, Anthony and I always joke, we're like, okay, we have like our ceremonial mobile and we're like gonna go have a ceremony in the mountains. And like, you know, we see people driving their quads and we're like, I wonder what that's like without all that pressure. So language is so important. And you know, my dad and 4 generations, so like I think 100 years or more of my family went to residential schools. And I always acknowledge my dad as like, you know, he actively chose not to teach us Nehiyawewen because he wanted to protect us. And what a strong act of love, you know, that was for him because of the violence that him and our relatives faced. And now he realizes the importance of that. So we have been learning as a family together, like in addition to, you know, being a doctor with how many jobs, which I'm sure we all do. And I've just dialed back on things that I do, quit committees, to focus on Nehiyawewen because it needs to be focused on by itself, and really centered that at every single thing that I do. And so this is the 4th year now that we've been going to a land-based Nehiyawewen immersion camp in Saskatchewan and Sturgeon Lake. And so this is the 4th year that I'm gone with my dad and my nephew, who's 11. And it's really healing to be able to do that as father and nephew and son, because the whole time is immersion, and my dad gets to see people who are excited about learning Nehiyawewen, about me, like understanding him. You know, I would say I understand him like 50%, 60% by the end of the week, and before it's like 20%. And how healing that is. And so to answer your question, the people who do this are all on that healing journey, and we're doing that together. And so this neuroscientist who works at York came to fast with us one year, and he never fasted, and we were putting ourselves out to fast, and he's like, you know, our friend's partner, and he's like, I want to come fasting. And we're like, no, you're not. Like, if you don't finish, we have to come out, and we're going to finish. So I don't, you know, so he, you know, he fasted in the camp for like 2 days, and he had this profound spiritual experience, which as a neuroscientist, I'm sure he was trying to like rationalize in his Western brain. how is this bear hugging him? So I asked him, I said, I want to study our people who are in this 1 week, immersion intervention, and I want to use EEGs and functional MRIs, like the tools of Western medicine, and I want to see what happens to our brains after this 1 week intervention in Nehiawewin as a marker of intergenerational healing. Because there are 0 studies on intergenerational healing, I would say, for our people using physiologic, biologic, and anatomical ways that clinicians can do. And so we received a grant to be able to do this, which I think is the first time that this will ever be done. And I'm excited to be a guinea pig and do this in the bush. And see how our brains change structurally when, as a marker of what intergenerational healing might look like. And yes, there's going to be confounding factors, and other scientists will put it down and say, well, how do you remove the factor of the environment, or whatever it is that they're going to critique about it. But it's a start. And I think that's the kind of evidence that we need to start doing as Indigenous clinicians who are grounded in our teachings and privileging our own knowledge in a way that doesn't have to prove that what we do is, that we know that it works, but it helps to support and amplify that so we can do other things that, then we could get funding for and all of those things. So I'm excited about that this summer, and if you see us with little EEG caps all over, speaking Nehiawewin, and our amygdala's lighting up or whatever, watch out for that paper coming soon.
Thanks very much. So we're going to open the floor for questions now. If anybody has a question, if you could please raise your hand. I know there's a few. Okay, there's somebody right here.
That's wonderful, all of you. I'm 72, and I grew up with 16 siblings. My mom was fresh out of the Mohawk Institute for 6 years, and she worked at the Federal Indian Hospital. My father was fresh off a major drunk with a broken jaw. We often laugh now, red flags, red flags. Anyway, my parents never believed in doctors or hospitals. They never believed in mental illness, even though everybody was haywire around us. And my parents always used this expression, which us older siblings still used. They would look at somebody and say, they're touched. We all know what touched meant. That mental illness was never used. And any time any of us children were sick, my parents' remedy, and of course all my aunts and uncles, was go and wash your face and you'll feel better. They never once fed into our pathology. I'm a retired nurse. They never once fed into any of our self-pity or pathology. And as a result of that, we all grew up swinging. So I say, yay to the elders.
Do we have someone else with a question?
Hi, this question is directed at Dr. Tailfeathers. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the use of psychedelic treatments for substance use and PTSD, specifically in Indigenous populations, and particularly interested in these substances' abilities to help clients tap into their more mystical and spiritual sides and make meaning of experiences and in relation to their families and the whole world.
Thank you for that question. I'll be participating in a study on psychedelics and how they help people with mental illness and addictions. But if you really think about it, the people who use psychedelics in a traditional way were Indigenous people. So when, I don't know if people saw the special on when Dr. Gabor Mate went down to Peru and did the ayahuasca trip and was guided through that with the traditional people in Peru who use ayahuasca, which is a psychedelic, and the healing property of that for people that have been addicted and have tried other modes of treatment and haven't been able to achieve what they want to achieve, and how helpful that is. And then if you think about the Apache and the people in the Southwest who have used mescaline and other forms of natural psychedelics, we know that it was part of people's medicine, their medicine bundles, or what they used in their medicine. So because of that, I think that it was accepted and was part of traditional practice even before colonization, because those practices still exist, and they are psychedelics. So it's very challenging because, you know, we know at the time that LSD came out and other psychedelics. It was also the time of Charles Manson and the hippie era and the bad name that was given to LSD and psychedelics. So now it's being studied in a laboratory-like way where it's controlled. But I think that there is some use for psychedelics in terms of people that haven't responded to other forms of treatment, and especially for people with extreme PTSD. And I think that we'll see some acceptance of psychedelics in treatment modalities in the future.
Thank you.
There's some questions over here. Towards the front, Julian.
Sago. My name is Dawn Hill, and I'm a psychotherapist from the Six Nations of the Grand River. And I just wanted to say that I really like the fact that you have, a fireside chat talking about stories. And I wanted to tell Dr. Tailfeathers that, for my practice, well, all of you, for my practice, storytelling is a really big part of it. I use a lot of narrative therapy, narrative medicine, and listen. That active listening is so very important, working with people. And I just want to say, I enjoyed all of your stories, because I think that we as orators, as Indigenous people, storytelling is so very important to all of us, important in our healing. So, Nyawagoa, thank you very much.
I'd just like to say, grateful come and listen to you speak your truth, and speak from a good way that reflects Anishinaabe people and the different practices that we're trying to better our own people, I guess. And, sometimes we make a lot of sacrifices in how we learn this Western way of how we take care of our people, but it's good to see that it's integrated with the traditional aspects of it, I guess. My name is Pete, anyway. I'm a traditional healer with Anishinaabe Health, and it's been quite a journey. Some of the things that we're experiencing and see here today, it was already presented to me about 20 years ago by Mr. Joe Hester. And how can we create a safe environment for our people? Obviously, we got the new building, but there's still a lot of good work. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done there, I guess, in a sense. And also, obviously, we evolve as people. how do we leave that sort of legacy, not only from a traditional perspective, but also from a Western perspective with the doctors and nurses, and how do we integrate that where we can look and put those two medicine chests together with all these stigmas and barriers. You know, I see a lot of positive things happening, but I think it's still a long ways to go. And when I was growing up, my family says, if you want to know yourself and you want to get to know what your answers need to be, go spend it with creation. Creation will tell you. Because our first family in our story is that they always looked after us. They gave us different medicines to how to cure sickness. And that's good that we're looking at different ways and different approaches to mental health. I don't like to use that word mental health. It's life. Life can go in any direction and can happen anytime, and it impacts a lot of First Nations peoples with the stigmas and the barriers. A long time ago, we're talking about psychedelic drugs. There was a man that had a vision. He was given that vision of a medicine that could help with mental health. He's seen the plant and root that could be used and vital to the people. And this is about 20 years ago. And he knew where it was. And for some reason, he neglected to harvest that plant and talk to that plant and thank it for sharing it with him. He left it for about 4 hours. Eventually, when he got back, he couldn't remember where it was. So I guess it's medicine is out there for all these illnesses. And it's how we honor that and respect that and ask it for that help. My first introduction to mental health in this work that I'm doing was, obviously I was working one day and I had my door open. An Indigenous woman came in. She just wanted to use the washroom. She went to use the washroom. I was watching her. And she looked at me, but kept walking. She must have paced back and went back and forth about 3 times. Finally, she got the courage. And she made a statement that took me a while to just sort of adjust to trying to figure out what she was saying, what she wanted. She said, I'm in between of just giving up or seeing what tomorrow brings. That's all she said. And she says, are you a traditional healer? I says, yeah, traditional healer. Can I ask you a question? Do you believe in spirit? And I said, sure I do. And she says, this may sound crazy, but I see pink elephants. This pink elephant's always around me. And he's always sharing things with me. And if I don't listen to this pink elephant, I start breaking windows, smashing things, stealing things, or trying to do self-harm. Do you think this spirit's real? Because every time I talk to my doctor, he always wants to give me drugs. He doesn't want to hear me out. And it says, spirit comes in many forms. comes in a language, comes through experience, and what others have to share. So I think she wanted to be validated. Just to be validated what she was seeing, what she was experiencing. Instead of being pushed with all this medication. And I told her, yeah, Spirit's always with you. Listen to that pink elephant. She came back 2 weeks later. You know, I started to listen to that pink elephant now, she says. Whenever I feel like I'm doing self-harm or just wanting to, you know, hear these voices in my head and telling me what to do or should do this, I remember, she says, Spirit will never steer you to make do self-harm to oneself or others. So she started listening to that spirit, that pink elephant. And she slowly got better. Mind you, she stayed on the medication. And that was a sort of a eye-opener for me, I guess, in the things that we're talking about here today. How do we present that to these institutions, to the doctors that come into the place that we work in trying to create, as I say, in our own home or our TP? Because if you go in a TP, it has statements, it has values. And we learn those values at a young age. Mental health is a big one, obviously. I look at mental health as sometimes it's like someone going to the woods and getting lost and can't find their way out. It's gone too far. Sometimes medication is needed, but there's alternatives. So it's kind of hard when they're seeing a Western practitioner, and that Western practitioner doesn't know about culture and spirituality. How can that dialogue be created with an understanding that both practices are equal? And I think that needs to be shared. So we have an understanding. It's not about who you are or what practice you have. It's about the community and the clients that we serve and the individual. So listening is a big part of healing. Having empathy is a big part of healing. Having empathy and understanding, then we're able to do and provide that the best practice, I guess, in a sense. So it's nice to hear that from you in the learning. And, it's good to see that as being part of Anishinaabe Health and the growth and the vision. And this man that bought that talking fox, his spiritual name, gave it a lot of insight, but I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and it's moving in the right direction. Still, we're in a lot of resistance from the Western practice, but we have a pretty good staff. And even with end-of-life ceremonies in some of the institutions, they won't even allow you to smudge. It's controlled. They call the fire department. They have a guy there with an extinguisher. And it's a little wee smudge. That's all we need. So all we're asking for us that little space, I says, to practice and bring that spirit to that individual and honor that individual. And they say, it's open to you if you want. Come and see. Learn. I think what's missing is the spiritual aspect from a clinical or Western perspective. It's the spirit. For me, I was lucky to grow up with spirit. Because spirit's a big part of me. And, you know, I wouldn't be here without spirit. And I won't be here, you know, and I give a lot of gratitude to be able to see you guys up here and everybody that's here today, taking that time to hear and listen and trying to get an understanding. Even if we don't understand, do good things from the heart, not from here. Teacher told me, hardest place to travel is from your mind to your heart. And we were taught at a young age as Anishinaabe, that's where your truth lies. That's where your healing begins. Sickness begins here. An emotion and mental aspect of things, it's kind of hard in this day and age. Always have to keep that in check. But if you grow up with your values, then I think the world will be a lot better place. And we can all heal together and walk as one instead of separate. So after today, hearing all your good teachings, when I hit the evening, I'm going to empty that plate. I don't want ego to be part of my journey. So I can continue to learn tomorrow and what's presenting tomorrow. So I just want to acknowledge you and thank you for hearing me out. And sometimes I can babble, I guess, so I don't want to babble too long. So miigwech.
Hi there. Okay. I just wanted to say a special thank you. Hi to Pete. I very much appreciate what he had to say, and I tend to think that his words was a good way of ending this session right now. I really appreciate what you said, Pete, so thank you. And I wanted to say a special thank you to our panel as well. I really appreciated the comments you made. Okay. And that'll be the end of this session. So thank you.
Thank you, Ian. That was fantastic. I definitely want to say, so we're not quite finished yet. We just have a couple other things. But I just want to say thank you so much to all of the panelists for sharing today. Thank you so much. That was really wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Michael, as well. And thank you to everyone who asked questions, and thanks to Pete for also speaking and I think communicating what a lot of us have been feeling as we're processing all of this, right? Like this is a lot to take in. And I just want to remind you all that there are healers and elders that are available for one-on-one sessions if you're at any point feeling like, you need a little bit of help or support. And in addition to the AHT elders and healers that are here today, it is a great honor and privilege that joining us for the duration of the conference are numerous elders, healers, and knowledge keepers from across Turtle Island who contributed to an Anishinaabe health video series called Wisdom Weavers. Wisdom Weavers Storytelling and Traditional Teachings is a series of storytelling presentations on enduring troubling times, surviving challenges, keeping families strong, and emerging stronger for it all. Together, they generously shared their experiences as well as stories within their own cultures and nations, and made these stories available on the AHT website. And it was such a gift to us that the Wisdom Weavers will share stories with us on Thursday as the final keynote of the conference. But in the meantime, we wanted to share a video with you all right now to introduce them to you. So we're just going to watch a short video.
This project that we've been working on is called the Wisdom Weavers. When we think about our culture, oftentimes these things were conveyed to each other and the people through stories. I can recall my own experiences from a young person listening to my grandfather tell stories in the language which I didn't understand, but had my dad interpreting for us, for myself and my other brothers. It was a time to share and to be together and to learn different teachings, different wisdoms, but certainly conveying who we are as a people. And hopefully you will find part of yourselves or all of yourselves within these stories.
I send you my heart today with all of the sacred tobacco that we have been able to grow in our gardens and has been brought into our lodge. You are here at Soul of the Mother. It is a lodge of nations that was given in vision in 1994 for a sacred fire of peace to be lit in these homelands. The vision came from the White Buffalo, and she said at that time, this fire of peace must be lit in that place where you were born. You will leave this place, which was at that time Toronto, and you will light that fire of peace. And to that fire, the nations of your people will come for their healing and their revitalization and for the raising up of Indigenous nations again.
When we introduce ourselves, it's not just about introducing ourselves to other people in the circle or other people who are listening and chatting with us. It's about introducing ourselves to the Spirit. It reawakens that name, the spirit of those names that we receive. We call Anishinaabe knows when, those Anishinaabe names that are given to us in the spirit realm.
Our people, our ancestors, have always shared stories. First of all, our culture is not a written culture, our history. It's an oral-based tradition and is handed down generation to generation through storytelling, writings on the rock, such as petroglyphs, and prophecies.
We were never taught to hoard. We learned that when the colonizers came and we began to practice hoarding. But in our lodges, we try not to be that way. We try to come in these lodges and share what we know. We still have a responsibility for that sharing, but we share that with those who we feel can carry that knowledge in a good way.
One of the things that we were first taught was the importance of that medicine wheel and the medicine wheel of life and the directions and the center, how to utilize that to heal and help people to heal. It's not us that does the work.
Older man came and he done a ceremony for me in our house, And when he finished, he told me, the spirits took us to brought you a name, and your name is Wambadi Wakita. And the reason why they brought you that name, he said, you look over the people, make sure everything is okay, and if it isn't, you're going to help them.
What would you say if I asked you the question, what has life taught you? That's a question that I've asked myself. And it seems like there's 3 important lessons that life has taught me. And the first is how important it is as an Indigenous woman for me to know who I am and where I came from. The second is about my relationship with Creator and my ancestors. The third, and maybe that's the most important, is that life is teaching me about love. Mitakuyapi parap te sanri mieye.
It's through these stories, through these teachings that our ways of being, our Anishinaabe Mataziwin is alive. I don't know nothing. I don't claim to be anything. I'm just here to share a little bit that I may know.
I was born into an incredible family. I had a grandpa that was so powerful. He used to carry me and he used to tell me what the leaves are for. He used to tell me what's all the plants are for, what kind of medicines they are. He talked about the water, what kind of power that water has. If we don't feed the water, he says, and we don't feed the food to the water, he says the water will slowly die.
Do you do this work for money? Or you do it for the love of the people and community? And he flipped the coin, the spirit, this man. And that coin was spinning. And I says, I do it for the community and the families. That coin flipped down. And spirit says, we'll always look after you. We'll always care for you. And watch over you. And not to be afraid.
We always looked after our elders and whatever it is what they needed. And they didn't need much. They needed that compassion, they needed that care, and they needed you. It's the everyday love that you can show them. And I found it to be being in tune to what it is that their needs were.
So from the beginning of time, all of these things are gifts. And all that is required of us is that from time to time we acknowledge all of these things. And for us, the people of the Long Halls, it gets expressed through sacred song, ceremony, song, dances, speeches, and rituals.
My clan introduction, usually that's the first introduction when you have an audience to greet. It's formal, it's a way of introduction to the earth, your universe, and where you come from. So it's more spiritual introduction because you represent your mother's clan, your father's clan, your maternal grandfather's clan, and your paternal grandfather's clan. The 4 people that you represent, you have a white, red, blue, and black blood cell in your body. I know it doesn't seem right to say white, blue, yellow, and black, but in our own native language is Hatillichiki, Hatillakaki, Hatillotlijiki, Hatilljinniki, Jinniki, so that is more appropriate because we have a fire that's burning here, where the air is present, and the holy people, that divine nature is here that listens to what we're going to say. and the elements that are here, and talk about our lives here, because life is precious.
Wow, that was such a beautiful video, but also I love that it ended with a song, because I feel like that was something that just felt good to hear after what has been such a full day of learning. I feel like, you know, this theme of storytelling that we started talking about at the beginning of the day has really carried us through, and the power of storytelling. And I want to thank everyone who came today to share some of their story and to share some of their teachings with us. I know I'm going home tonight, and I will still be processing everything and reflecting on everything that was shared, and thinking about, you know, this theme of who we are and how we got here. And I'm thinking actually right now, or as I was watching that video, thinking of my relatives and my ancestors, and so lucky that I was able to grow up with my grandparents, and so grateful to them tonight. But I also want to thank all of you here in the room for being good listeners. And I think we had so many people talk about how important that is in this culture of storytelling, that people are sharing with us, but we're doing the work and the job of being good listeners and taking care of what we're receiving. And so I want to give you all a round of applause for all of the active listening today. Thank you. We have a few housekeeping reminders. Tomorrow is going to be a shorter day for the conference, because the round dance is happening tomorrow evening, and that is going to be beginning at 4 p.m. With the pipe ceremony and a feast and the round dance to follow. Don't forget to wear your ribbon skirts or ribbon shirts, because there's going to be some prizes. And there's no dinner here this evening, but there's lots of places in and around, so it'll be nice to get out and stretch your legs. Tomorrow's sunrise ceremony begins at 7 a.m. On the second floor terrace for those of you who want to join. And the breakfast buffet begins at 7 a.m., which will again be in the foyer outside of this ballroom. And the conference events will begin tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I'd like to bring back sorry, can you? Diane. Thank you, Diane. I'd like to bring back Diane for our closing prayer today. Thank you so much.
Well, Scano, Sewagwego, Kahontakwas, Yungyats. You did a good job, Connie. It's been a really beautiful day today. The chance to be together with you, to have deep conversations about our health system, the challenges that we have within that system, but also lifting our spirits up with a lot of what the healers had to say today and share with us. And I learned a lot as I was sitting there, and I want to make a final invocation to the Creator for our day together, not to close the day, but just to lower the embers of the fire so that we acknowledge those firekeepers who are going to be out there all night. And, please make your way over there and shake their hands if you get a chance. They're doing hard work out there. And they're doing it on our behalf. They're keeping that fire strong so that we can be strong here. I want to say just a few words to the Creator on our behalf. Lower those embers, and for those of you who can meet us tomorrow morning at 7, it would be really lovely to be with you to offer tobacco together, because tomorrow is going to be another strong day, and especially when we look forward to a very powerful ceremony, and it's in memoriam for all of our ancestors, all of us. And I include myself in that. Myself and my family, we made it through COVID. The community kind of made it through COVID. It wasn't too harsh, but for my family in particular, the last month of February, we've experienced 7 losses. And so it's cousins, it's close family friends, and it's colleagues. So, I think that we all need that opportunity to acknowledge the ancestors. Nyawa Sangwe Disong for giving us such a beautiful day, for the opportunity to be together and to have deep conversations about our hopes for the way forward. I want to say to you, Sangwe Disong, our Creator, the one who made all things, that you have made each and every one of us with spiritual sovereignty. You have given us in our individual lives, our clans, our nations, that spiritual sovereignty to follow all of the beautiful ways that you have given to us. The Mi'kmaq Nation on the eastern seaboard, part of the Wampanoag Confederacy, the Wabanaki Confederacy, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the Confederacy of the Blackfoot and the Piegan and Blood in the west, the Cree Nation, that big Cree Nation that stretches from Quebec all the way to the mountains. How powerful. You gave us beautiful lands to take care of. And when you created us with spiritual sovereignty, you put inside every one of those nations everything that we need to be successful. Everything. You gave us our language, our songs, our ceremonies, our dances, our way of life on the land, and you provided life for us on that land. And so today, when we think about this thing called addiction, this thing called mental illness, I say to you, Creator, that I believe that you have placed everything that we need inside the ceremonies of our people, inside our languages, inside our way of life. And we have to get busy to learn it, heal ourselves in that whole process. We have to heal with the Creator, heal with the land, the air, the water, the fire. We have to heal. We have to do our work. I say to you today, Creator, I reclaim my spiritual sovereignty, and I will follow all of those teachings all the days of my life. And my wish for every person inside this room is that they will also make that same commitment. And so today, Creator, we give thanks to you that we have had water to drink, that we have had really good food, that we have had profoundly brilliant people in company with us all day long, that the fire is burning, that the fire keepers are doing their work, and they're so happy to be able to do that work. That we've been supported throughout this day by conference organizers who've been really over and above, jumping around and helping us with all the things that we need. We have been held here today, Creator, and for all those things I give thanks. And I say, Nyawa, have a beautiful evening. Miigwech.